Please make your way to the main plenary. The session will commence in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Please take your seats. The session is about to begin.
Good morning, everyone. If we could all take our seats, then we can begin. Thank you very much. If everyone could take their seats.
When you hear any of these
London,
sounds,
1940.
the government have given instructions for the following.
Kyiv, 2022. Fear, pain, despair, anger. Russia's relentless bombings will not stop us. We defend democracy and all our values against Russia's attacks. We rebuild our houses and cities. We clear landmines and sow life. We bring light back into every house and build new bridges. In spite of everything, we love and dream. We fight, we transform.
And work for Ukraine.
We are rebuilding better and greener, using the best of Ukrainian and global innovation. And every day, we look to our future with pride and confidence. United in defense, united in recovery. We build Ukraine.
Please welcome the Right Honourable James Cleverly MP, Secretary Dmytro Kuleba, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. There are over 1,000 public and private sector decision makers here, governments representing 61 states, 33 international organizations, over 400 businesses, and 130 civil society organizations. After nearly 18 months of Ukraine withstanding Russian full-scale invasion, the international community is coming together today with a shared belief and confidence in Ukraine's future. Russia's full-scale invasion has caused untold suffering, but Ukraine is rebuilding now. Recovery offers an opportunity not only to repair what was lost, but to stride forward and to rebuild an economy that is more modern, more open, greener, and more resilient. When I visited Kyiv recently, I could see the construction equipment, the JCBs, already visible everywhere. This URC is about unlocking Ukraine's potential, supporting Ukraine's immediate recovery needs, and unlocking a private sector-led recovery. After the sacrifices and suffering of the war, Ukrainians are planning for a better future. And it is in the interests of the world that that country, the one that they rebuild, should be stronger than ever, integrated into global markets and self-reliant. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage my Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the Ukraine Recovery Conference. Now, before this terrible war, Ukraine's economy was becoming a huge investment opportunity. It was the breadbasket of Europe, exporting millions of tons of food and grain each month. A top 5 exporter of iron ore and steel, a leader in energy, pushing forward renewables, hydrogen and electric vehicles, and a startup nation, which helped spark names like PayPal, WhatsApp and Revolut, with a thriving tech sector which actually had a record year in 2022. Because the truth is, that opportunity is still there today. In fact, the war has only proved how much Ukraine has to offer. When I visited Kyiv last November, I saw this for myself. I saw Ukraine's incredible spirit. A spirit, yes, of strength and defiance, but also of ingenuity and innovation. In a converted office block, I met tech experts, civilian and military, who were working together to find new ways to bolster the country's defences. They were networking mobile phones so that people across Ukraine could download an app which would allow their phone to pick up the sound of the Shahed drones and feed back the location so that Ukrainian air defense could track them and shoot them down. During the winter, Russia tried to destroy Ukraine's energy grid. By February, over 40% of power generation was down. But now, because of that incredible ingenuity and defiance, Ukraine has got the grid back online, and they're even able to start exporting electricity back to Europe. As we've seen in Bakhmut and Mariupol, what Russia cannot take, it will seek to destroy. They want to do the same to Ukraine's economy. And the scale of the challenge is real. The war brought a 29% fall in Ukraine's GDP last year. But just look at the streets of Kyiv. Despite the threat of attack, people are getting on with their lives and getting on with business. President Zelensky's government is determined to drive reforms to become more open, more transparent, and ready for investment. This is a vibrant, dynamic, creative European country that refuses to be subdued. So together with our allies, we will maintain our support for Ukraine's defense and for the counter-offensive. We will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes for them to continue and to win this war. We'll also stand with them as they win the peace and harness all of that ingenuity and defiance to build the future that they deserve. The question for us today is, what can we do to support this, to fast-track recovery and help Ukraine unleash its potential? It's clear Russia must pay for the destruction that they've inflicted. So we're working with allies to explore lawful routes to use Russian assets. And on Monday, we published new legislation to allow us to keep sanctions in place until Russia pays up. But beyond that, we must bring to bear a partnership of governments, international financial institutions, and business leaders, all of us here today, to make this happen. The British government will continue to play its full part, and I'm proud that today we're announcing a multi-year commitment to support Ukraine's economy. Over 3 years, we will provide loan guarantees worth $3 billion. We're also launching a new UK-Ukraine tech bridge to foster investment and talent, along with support for green energy and more, all part of a vast collective effort from allies and partners around the world, including significant new support from the EU, which is also being announced this week. Financial institutions are playing their part. The IMF is putting $15 billion into Ukraine over the next 4 years as part of a $115 billion commitment by the G7 and its partners. And institutions like the EBRD are providing seed capital to support private sector-led growth. Because above all, we must build a platform for business. Only they can truly crowd in the innovation and investment that Ukraine needs. And that's why we're launching the Ukraine Business Compact, for the private sector to pledge their support for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. And I am delighted to announce today that over 400 businesses from 38 countries with a combined market cap of $4.9 trillion have now signed up. Now, the City of London has a huge amount to offer in their deep and liquid capital markets and world-class finance expertise. So there is no better place to announce today the new London Conference framework for war risk insurance. This is a huge step forward towards helping insurers to underwrite investments into Ukraine, removing one of the biggest barriers and giving investors the confidence they need to act. With this and everything that we do here, we are sending a message that our support on the battlefield and beyond cannot be outlasted, and that Ukraine's incredible spirit will prevail. Now, in a moment, I'll hand over to my friend, President Zelensky. But first, I'd just like to share something that I heard recently. It's about a Ukrainian soldier fighting to defend Bakhmut. He was stationed in an empty house, not far from the front line, surrounded by the destruction of war. When he could snatch a moment of free time, he used it to plant seeds. He was trying to create a plot of vegetables, hoping that by the time the homeowners returned, they would have begun to grow. What a profound expression of hope. And you know, from that house to this hall, we're doing the same thing. We're planting the seeds of Ukraine's future. Today, we can water them, and in time, the Ukrainian people will harvest them. And now, it is my great pleasure to introduce President Zelensky. Vladimir, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Happy to see you, Rishi. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your kind words about Ukraine, about our soldiers, and thanks for your leadership and support the UK provides to Ukraine. Thank you that we are really united in defending freedom. Dear leaders of politics, business, and public opinion, dear presidents, prime ministers, ministers, secretaries, CEOs, and heads of international organizations, and of course, dear journalists. When we are talking about recovery, we are talking about millions of jobs, billions in corporate profits and trillions of GDPs, and not only for Ukraine, but for all our countries, mine and yours, countries that want and will live freely despite any predatory ambitions of various Putins whose brains are poisoned by dreams of war. Growth is always based on values, just as strong investments are preceded by trust, so the growth that we are preparing must be preceded by confidence that what has been rebuilt will not fall. And it's not about bricks, but about life in general. The world is abundant with ruins reminding us of the wars of the past. And politics in different regions, unfortunately, is abundant with sick ideas of hatred and resentment, which point to possible wars in the future. And although no one has the power to cleanse the depths of human nature from the evil that sometimes rises to the surface and destroys and kills. But you and I, and right now, we are able to protect life and overcome the ruins after the Russian aggression in such a way as to block the path for evil, meaning for any new aggressions. The eyes of the world are looking at us and at whether we will defeat Russian aggression exactly as freedom deserves to win, that is without compromising our values. Also, the world is watching to see if we will restore normal life in such a way that our transformation will land an ideological defeat on the aggressor. We protect Ukraine, and thus we protect freedom. And when we build Ukraine, we'll build freedom. Country, region, continent, world. It's a global task. And I want to thank you. And of course, I thank Switzerland, Germany, France, Italy, every country where we have agreed on key principles for recovery. At this conference, we must move from vision to agreements and from agreements to real projects. There is a Ukrainian delegation in London that will present concrete things that we propose to do together. In my tour, I will outline 5 directions in which we have begun to create foundations for peace. The first is the potential of unity. The second is the potential of stability. The third is growth potential. The fourth is security potential. And the fifth, extremely important, is the potential of democracy. So the first point, we are strengthening unity. Ukraine has already succeeded in making the EU as united as it has never been before. This is truly a unity of values, which is reflected in many political, economic sanctions and humanitarian decisions. Ukraine has activated all the power of solidarity for which the EU was conceived. And Ukraine is also activating the moral force of NATO. This is important for all of us. What does the world see now? Does it recognize NATO's moral leadership in protecting peace? This is only possible with Ukraine in the alliance. Just as Ukraine already belongs to the value space of the EU, we already belong to the NATO security space, de facto. Just as Ukraine is already part of the EU's common market and on its way to full membership, we are already defending the common space of freedom in the alliance and are only waiting for the courage of the alliance leaders to recognize this reality politically. Thanks to the same values, we are developing strong bilateral alliances with such leaders of the democratic world and the United Kingdom, the USA, Canada, Japan, Australia, all the EU members. And this gives us new power in defense, economy, and global prospects for democracy. We build our alliances, and thus we are safeguarding the level of freedom to which our people are used to. Second, we are strengthening stability. At least 600 million consumers around the world directly depend on our agricultural production. This is a huge potential for food security. At the times of this war, when Russia blocked our ports and destroyed freedom of navigation in the Black and Azov seas, the world saw what Ukrainian grain is. Without it, there is the threat of price crisis and social collapse in different countries. We have now partially restored the movement of our agricultural products by sea through 2 export initiatives. And this is stability for a huge social and economic space, from Morocco to Somalia, from China to Lebanon, from Turkey to India, from Spain to Pakistan. Different aspects, different influences, but always a contribution to stability. Another similar area in the energy sector, and I believe that there is no alternative to the green transformation of the economy. And Russian aggression has proven that green transformation is one of the key foundations of security. Each strike on our energy facilities and each manifestation of Russian blackmail with the energy crisis ends the area of fossil fuel dominance and all energy habits, when entire regions could depend on a single supplier, such as Russia. It is green energy that guarantee real energy stability. Ukraine can be and will be one of the key suppliers of clean electricity and green hydrogen to Europe. The potential of this industry alone is about $400 billion. We built agricultural and energy facilities in Ukraine, and thus we are protecting the world from chaos. Third point, we strengthen the growth. There is currently no place in the world where there is a need to construct and rebuild as many objects as in Ukraine. Every new day of Russian aggression brings new ruins. Thousands and thousands of destroyed houses, devastated industries, burned lives. Recently, Russia committed also the largest crime of ecocide in the Europe by blowing up the dam and other structures of the Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant. What does all this mean? In Ukraine, there is the largest source of economic, industrial, and technological growth in Europe for decades and decades. And by the way, it's not only reconstruction. For example, the green transformation of energy logically stimulates the development of industries such as green metallurgy and green fertilizers. Thanks to its natural resources and industrial traditions, Ukraine can become one of the key global centers of green metallurgy. In addition, we have significant resource of critical resources for the modern economy, such as lithium. So by building with Ukraine and in Ukraine, we fend off our countries and our countries' companies from recessions. Fourth point, we strengthening security. Of course, this war demonstrates what effective defense against aggression in the modern world means, what weapons are needed, and to what extent what infrastructure is lacking, and what production is a priority, what technologies save lives on a large scale, and what systems make it possible to make science fiction a reality on the battlefield. From the production of combat drones to conventional artillery, from an air shield that covers an entire country or even a region to shelters in every school, from infrastructure that is built so that it cannot be destroyed by the Iranian Shaheeds, to cyberspace that remains resilient even in the face of constant cyber attacks. We are doing all this in Ukraine, and we need the experience of our partners in all of this. We build security together, and thus we convince the world that democracies cannot be defeated. And finally, the fifth point, democracy. Russia invaded Ukraine not only to steal our land, resources, and people. It's obvious that without Ukraine, there can be no Russian empire. And it is equally obvious that Russian bosses are very, very afraid of our democracy. Yes, why? Because democracy paves the way for the rule of law, getting rid of corruption, and to the key principle of our countries: every person matters. It's very important. And of course, democracy is in the nature of Ukrainians, and we will strengthen it anyway, no matter what they think or do in Russia. But we all have to realize that the more democracy we have, the greater is strengthened in our entire region. The more rule of law we have, the more law will work here on the eastern flank of Europe. And the more transparent Ukraine is, the uglier any corruption model will look in Russia. Even Russia's full-scale aggression has not stopped our internal reforms. Ukraine will be associated with a fair court, just as it is now associated with courage. Step by step, yes, step by step, we will get there. Thanks to digital transformation, we will show the world how the state can function effectively without any contact between an official and a citizen or a company. All public services can and will be transferred online, from business registration or social assistance to any other public service. And we are already exporting our digitalization to other regions, other countries. We have started such cooperation with Estonia, and we'll continue with Colombia and Zambia. And I'm sure that this is just the beginning. Please be sure to ask our team, our government officials, for more details about this. And this is truly an example of social progress through technology. Even before February 24th, we started dismantling the old oligarch model of economic relations from the post-Soviet period. And this is not just something about the personalities of the oligarchs. It is about changing the approach to economic relations, financial transparency and banking system resilience, market liberalization, and competition stimulation, guaranteeing equal and legal conditions for every economic entity, are all areas in which we made progress before February 24th, and of course, which are important, very important now. We build institutions and continue reforms in Ukraine, and thus we are defending democracy and preserving it as a hope for all, at least in our region, that democracy will prevail. Dear ladies and gentlemen, by building Ukraine, we are building much more than one country. We build the world as it will be during the lifetime of our generation and after us. Will it be peaceful? Will it be stable? Will it be democratic? It depends on each and every one of us. And I invite all of you to Ukraine. And by the way, Prime Minister Rishi, we have not seen each other in Kyiv for quite a while. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for your support. Thank you, UK. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Vladimir, not least for providing options for my summer holiday in a couple of months. But I know I speak for everyone here when I say we are with you. It's not just morally right that Ukraine wins this fight for freedom and democracy, but it's in everyone's interest that you do so as well, and that your economy truly thrives. And we're going to help make that a reality. So thank you again. Thank you to everyone who's here today for your support. I know this is going to be a fantastic conference because we are going to make a difference. We are going to make it count. And now it is my enormous pleasure to introduce someone who has shown tremendous leadership on this issue from the very start, the President of the EU Commission, my friend, Ursula von der Leyen.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Sunak, dear Rishi. Presidents, Prime Ministers, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. What an inspiring speech. And indeed, such an inspiring speech and hope-raising speech against the backdrop that every day we see the devastation brought by Russia to Ukraine. The people of Ukraine are enduring every horror from every direction. From the sky, fire rains. From the ground, they watch their towns sink underwater. Russia fires missiles at innocent civilians for no other reason than one man's delusional attempt to restore a lost empire. But every day we see also something else. And that is what I witnessed firsthand when I last visited the country just over a month ago. I saw a country that does everything possible to rise from the ashes of the war. Every day Ukrainians show us what they are fighting for and what they are dying for. They show it on the battlefield. They show it on their streets. They show it in the classrooms. They are fighting for their future, for Ukraine free from Russian invaders, for Ukraine that decides its own destiny, for Ukraine rebuilt and revitalized. In just over a year, Ukrainians have cleared rubble from 2,000 kilometers of roads, rebuilt over 40 bridges, renewed 900 train stations and depots. And all of this while fighting a war for their own survival. But Ukrainians are not just restoring what used to be. They show us how they are already reshaping their country. Ukrainians are reimagining their future amidst all the loss, the pain, and the suffering. Let me tell you about Irpin School number 17. Shrapnel damaged the school's roof, destroyed its walls, broke all its windows, and destroyed the heating system. And so when children came back to their lessons, they did so in unimaginable cold, until a local NGO stepped in with a simple and creative solution. They installed solar panels on the roof so children could learn in warmth. This small but meaningful use of clean energy to revitalize everyday life is just one example of how Ukraine is not just rebuilding, but reimagining itself. Ukraine has stunned us with their bravery. They have inspired us with their ingenuity. And they have awed us with the way they are transforming their country in pursuit of their dream. And dear friends, it is this dream of a cleaner, greener, more modern Ukraine that will be the lasting legacy of this atrocious war. And it is our responsibility to make it happen. Because Ukrainians are fighting not just for their sovereignty, but we've just heard it also for us, for our values, for our freedom, for our democracies. We can never match their sacrifice, but we can, and we do all stand united, coordinated, and resolute that Ukraine must win, will win, and has our support. Not just for as long as it takes to secure peace, but for a country they are imagining, a country that attracts foreign investment, a country that is master of its future, a country that is a member of the European Union. Together, We will support Ukraine not as individual nations, but as a coordinated community organized under an innovative platform. A platform that will channel support to the reforms and priorities that will make imagination reality. Together we gather here to tell Ukrainians that their dream is also our dream. In January, we all created the so-called multi-agency donor coordination platform. It is a first of its kind in the history of international aid. It brings together Ukraine, the G7, the European Union, the European Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the IMF, and the World Bank. It creates a single focal point for international donors to guarantee that support goes exactly where Ukraine needs it most. The European Commission is contributing 18 billion euros already this year, and together with other donors, we closed Ukrainians' budget gap for 2023, so that Ukraine can continue to pay salaries, pensions, and, for example, for their health care. This is for Ukraine's immediate needs. But let's talk about the future. I believe the European Union has a special responsibility. And the reason is simple. We heard the President. Ukrainians tell us that when they imagine their future, they see Europe's flag flying over their cities. And I have no doubt that Ukraine will be part of our union. So today, I want to announce two new steps. The first is about Ukraine's reforms and its path towards EU membership. Despite the war, Ukraine has accelerated its reform agenda with impressive speed and resolve. We in the European Union want to match efforts and dedication. And this is why today the European Commission presents a new oral update on the progress Ukraine made, on judicial reform, on anti-corruption, on new laws for media freedom and international minorities, for example. With these reforms, Ukraine also sends a powerful message to private investors. They will get the transparency, the fairness, and the functioning institutions they need to invest in Ukraine. And this is especially important because we need the private sector to step into. Because it is you, the private sector, with your invaluable expertise and your financial firepower that will help Ukraine realize its dreams. You're here today at this conference, and we really need you, and we know we can rely on you. And that brings me to my last point. We want to match Ukrainian reforms with European investments. For every step Ukraine takes towards us, the European Union must take a step towards Ukraine. Yesterday, the European Commission proposed to create a new facility for Ukraine within the budget of the European Union. It will ensure constant financial support till 2027. The facility will be financed in three ways: with grants from the European budget, with loans raised on capital markets, and eventually with proceeds from the immobilized Russian assets. We will come with a proposal for these assets before the summer break, because the perpetrator has to be held accountable. Now, what are the estimated needs? Until 2027, Ukraine's remaining fiscal gap is about 60 billion euros. The needs for fast recovery on top are about 50 billion euros. That makes in total 110 billion euros until 2027 that are not covered. Therefore, yesterday I proposed to EU member states to cover 45% of this gap. This is in total 50 billion euros for Ukraine. And we will work with Ukraine on a corresponding plan, and we heard the first outlines of the plan, and more details will come today, for investments and reform. This plan could become an anchor for all international donors, including the private sector. You need predictability, you need clarity, you need transparency. This will help our coordination and will maximize our impact. And this is what I mean when we say we are with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Ladies and gentlemen, Putin shattered peace on our continent on February 24th in 2022. But he triggered also Ukraine's journey towards its dream. And it's our job and our duty to the Ukrainians who've paid the ultimate sacrifice, that we ensure that this reimagined future becomes reality, brick by brick, house by house, school by school. Together we are by Ukraine's side for the long haul. Slava Ukraini.
Well, hello, everybody. As you all know, nearly 16 months ago, Russian troops launched a brutal invasion that has brought terror, bloodshed, and anguish to Ukraine and to its people. Russia's actions are not only a vicious assault on a sovereign nation determined to choose its own path, they're also an attack on the international, rule-based order that has underpinned so much of humanity's progress since the end of the Second World War. Early on, I lent my voice to Ukraine's fight for sovereignty and self-determination. I've done this because their struggle is ours too. The alternative to a free and democratic Ukraine is an increasingly illiberal and insular world. A world without justice, a world without equality or the rule of law. A world devoid of human decency and humanity. I'm sure you agree that it's the very antithesis to a world any of us would want to live in. In the last 12 months, I've had the privilege of visiting Ukraine twice, meeting not only President Zelensky, but also countless brave Ukrainians. Many shared harrowing and moving stories of devastation, suffering, and loss. And yet, I've also learned so much about Ukrainians' courage and resilience, and the unbreakable spirit at the heart of their fight for survival. I have more hope than ever that this fight can and will be won. We'll have to see what the coming weeks and months hold, but the continued support of Ukraine's allies has been making a difference, and I hope this support will remain unwavering until the last Russian troops leave Ukraine's sovereign territory, from Donbass to Crimea. Today, I thank all of you who have come to London to discuss what Ukraine's recovery might look like. But more importantly, 44 million Ukrainians, a quarter of them now refugees or internally displaced, look to this conference in anticipation. Their hopes and aspirations are really not different from those most of us hold dear: to live in peace and free from repression, to see their families, friends, and communities flourish, to find opportunity, perhaps even to start a business. That's the humanity behind every figure and every statistic. And we must never forget that this is why we are here. Business will be central to this effort. To begin, we must continue to speak up for Ukraine and against the aggressor. I'm encouraged that so many business leaders have stepped forward and done that. I felt deeply honored when President Zelensky asked me to serve as an ambassador to his initiative, United 24, and will do what I can to be a voice for Ukraine and its amazing people. Sadly, there is an unacceptably large number of businesses that continue to do business in and with Russia, contributing significantly to Putin's war chest. Sanctions must be tightened, loopholes closed, and violations punished. I really hope that governments will find answers to these challenges. There will be no recovery without peace, and for Ukraine to win the peace, business must not stand in its way. Many of us supporting Ukraine welcome the UK government's initiative to launch a business compact for Ukraine, and I'm proud that the Virgin Group is among the first companies to sign on. Ukraine needs a sustained collective commitment across all sectors to help rebuild its infrastructure and its battered towns and to bring its economy back on its feet. The World Bank estimates that Ukraine's recovery will require at least 400 billion over the next 10 years. Some may call this the cost of fixing things. I'd like to think of it as a smart investment in Ukraine's future that will power innovation and green growth, led by the skill, talent, and determination of Ukraine's entrepreneurial people. Many of us stand ready to do our part, and I urge you all to do yours and create an enabling environment so that Ukraine can build back better. A thriving, prosperous Ukraine is our best hope for peace and stability in the region and beyond. Your support and your commitments will make all the difference. In this spirit, I wish all of you a most productive conference. Cheers. Thank you.
I think if he did raise a glass of whiskey, it would be even a stronger message. But Richard is a good friend of Ukraine. He has been to Kyiv many times. As our brave soldiers are on the counteroffensive against Russian army in Ukraine, we are launching a counteroffensive against destruction caused by the Russian army in Ukraine. And I would like to thank all of you for gathering here. We're not starting from scratch. As President Zelensky said, time has come to move from visions to agreements. And this is why we attach great importance specifically to this event in London. And as we are about to begin the part of the conference led by my colleagues and friends, foreign ministers, I would like to thank all of them personally and their governments they represent for their leadership, commitment, and true friendship in helping Ukraine mitigate the consequences of the disaster caused by the Russian aggression and damage inflicted, not only on us, but on Europe as a whole and Euro-Atlantic space as a whole. Thank you, and we are looking forward to very productive discussions here in London.
Thanks to my good friend Dmytro. And now could I invite my fellow foreign ministers to the stage, Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State. And can I invite first to speak Antony Blinken, US Secretary of State. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Prime Minister Sunak, Prime Minister Schmel, thank you for bringing us together and bringing together such a broad and diverse coalition of governments, businesses, international financial institutions, civil society groups, all dedicated to Ukraine's recovery. As President Biden has said, since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the United States will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. And that includes being by Ukraine's side as it recovers from this catastrophic Russian aggression. It's easy sometimes to be a little numbed by what is going on day in, day out in Ukraine. We see the images flash by on our TV screens. We talk about the numbers. And sometimes what gets lost is the day in, day out human devastation that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine. And I think it's so important that even as we gather here today to talk in detail about what all of us are doing together with Ukraine to help it recover, we never lose sight of that human dimension, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Back in April, just one day in this devastating aggression, in the city of Uman, hundreds of miles from the front lines, another assault of Russian missiles on innocent Ukrainian civilians, on apartment buildings, hundreds of miles away. In one of those buildings, before dawn, a Russian missile struck. The father, Dmytro, in his apartment, raced to his children's room. He opened the door to the room to try to see how his children, Kirilo, 17, and Sofia, 11, were doing. He opened the door to the room. It wasn't there anymore. His children were gone. 2 of the 6 children killed that one day in April, as a result of this ongoing aggression against Ukraine. 2 of thousands killed through the course of this war. 2 lives interrupted. 2 stories stopped every day. But as Russia continues to destroy, we are here to help Ukraine rebuild. Rebuild lives, rebuild its country, rebuild its future. Recovery is about more than just ensuring people have what they need to survive: food to eat, water to drink, medicine to take, heat in the winter, electricity in all seasons. Recovery is about laying the foundation for Ukraine to thrive as a secure, independent country, fully integrated with Europe, connected to markets around the world. A democracy rooted in the rule of law, a place where all Ukrainians have dignity, human rights, the opportunity to reach their full potential. Every investment that we make in Ukraine's recovery is aimed at bringing Ukrainians closer to that reality. And today, I'm announcing that with the support of the United States Congress, we will provide more than $1.3 billion in additional aid to help Ukraine toward that goal. We're going to invest over $520 million to help Ukraine overhaul its energy grid, more than half of which, as you've heard, has been destroyed by Russia. And in so doing, make it cleaner, make it more resilient, make it more integrated with Europe. And we'll support Ukraine's energy market reforms to combat monopolies and to spur more private investment, which will enable Ukraine one day to become a major energy exporter. This support will complement the work that's already being done by the G7 Plus Coordination Group, which we launched last October and have co-led ever since, first with Germany, now with Japan. That group has grown to include 18 countries and several multilateral institutions. Together, we've allocated billions of dollars to help repair and rebuild Ukraine's energy sector. We've sent more than 5 million power generators to Ukraine, transformers, cables, pipes, circuit breakers, other pieces of energy equipment. The United States will also provide $657 million to help modernize Ukraine's border crossings, its rail lines, its ports, other critical infrastructure that connect the country with Europe, allowing it to exchange more goods, by more pathways, more and more efficiently. We'll direct an additional $100 million toward digitizing Ukraine's customs and other systems to boost speed and to cut corruption. And we'll commit $35 million to help Ukrainian businesses and entrepreneurs through financing and insurance that reduces risks for investors in Ukraine. This new support that I'm announcing today comes on top of more than $20 billion that the United States has provided in economic and development assistance to Ukraine's workers, its businesses, its public services, to help them endure the 16 months of punishing conflict with unwavering bipartisan support from our Congress. Across this support, we're striving to build a Ukraine that's inclusive, that's accessible, so that people with disabilities can reach their full potential, which is in the interests of all Ukrainians. My announcement today also comes on top of the more than $2.1 billion in humanitarian assistance that we provided to Ukraine and to the region to respond to Russia's war of aggression, including life-saving aid for those affected by the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam. Within hours of its breach, we mobilized support for evacuations, for emergency deliveries of food, of safe drinking water, of fuel, of medical aid. In the weeks since, we've continued to work with Ukraine in assisting the thousands of people who've been displaced, the hundreds of thousands whose water supply has been contaminated. And these are just the immediate consequences of the catastrophe that will probably wreak environmental and economic devastation for many months and indeed many years to come. Meanwhile, the United Nations has publicly called out Moscow for blocking the UN from delivering aid to civilians in the flooded areas that Russia illegally occupies, adding to Russia's long track record of denying humanitarian access, which is a requirement under international humanitarian law. In addition to our economic development and humanitarian assistance, the United States will continue to invest in Ukraine's long-term efforts to strengthen good governance, transparency, accountability. We'll bolster its justice sector and anti-corruption institutions, strengthen its civil society and its free press. These institutions and organizations empower Ukrainians to hold their government accountable, to check the power of vested interests, and they're crucial to ensuring that the unprecedented resources that all of us are providing are managed responsibly. The Ukrainian government has made meaningful strides in bolstering these institutions, even as it fights for survival. And Kyiv has taken tangible and difficult steps to align its standards and practices with the European Union, particularly since the EU granted Ukraine candidate status a year ago. Earlier this month, Ukraine passed reforms to align its energy market regulations with the European Union, strengthening measures to combat market manipulation and insider trading. And we look forward to the Rada taking up anti-monopoly legislation very soon. Adopting these and other critical reforms to increase Ukraine's transparency and competitiveness, to bolster the rule of law, will help attract more private investment. And that is essential. And you heard it from my colleagues. Governments are doing a lot. International financial institutions are doing a lot. Both of us have a hugely important role to play in Ukraine's recovery. But it is not enough. Only the private sector can mobilize the level of investment necessary to meet the country's massive needs. The diverse participation of the private sector here today in this conference shows the growth opportunity that global firms and investors see in the future of Ukraine, in the future of its people. But make no mistake, all of these reforms and recovery efforts depend on Ukraine having the capacity to deter and defend against future attacks by Russia. That's why, even as we invest in Ukraine's immediate and long-term recovery, we also have to build a Ukrainian military that is strong enough to protect Ukraine's sovereignty, its territorial integrity, and its independence. Not just to defend Ukraine's land, but to defend all that Ukrainians are building and will build on that land. It's also why the United States is committed to working to build support for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, the core elements of which I outlined a couple of weeks ago in Helsinki. Those include a peace that upholds the United Nations Charter and its fundamental principles, sovereignty, territorial integrity, independence, that addresses both accountability and reconciliation, that ensures Ukraine's full participation and assent, and that supports Ukraine's reconstruction and recovery. Even as we rally around Ukraine's recovery, we must not lose sight of why that is necessary in the first place. Indeed, even as we come together here in London, committed to supporting Ukraine's build-up, Russia continues to try to burn it down. So, let's be clear. Russia is causing Ukraine's destruction, and Russia will eventually bear the cost of Ukraine's reconstruction. Until that time, we will continue to stand with the people of Ukraine as they make the greatest sacrifices to defend, to rebuild, to reimagine their country. And in doing so, we will reaffirm the principle at the heart of the international order, that people in every nation can write their own future, free from aggression, free from coercion, free from intimidation. That is a recovery well worth our robust and enduring support. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alar Karis, the President of Estonia. Thank you.
Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Our response to Russian aggressive destruction will be creation. We will help to rebuild and create a new, innovative, sustainable and digital Ukraine. We will not wait until the war is over. In fact, we already started. I am pleased to note that on the 2nd of June, the first Estonian reconstruction project was completed, a kindergarten in the city of Ovruch in Žitomer Oblast. This perfect example of public-private partnership brought happiness to many kids and their parents, but also to us. It is a gratifying feeling to do the good deeds. As we continue with other projects, let me show that reconstruction is not only needed, but as we saw in Ovruch, it is already possible. I urge everyone to start now with smart efforts and not restore the old, but build future-proof Ukraine that can inspire us all. Estonia has worked with Ukraine for years to support public sector reforms and help increase its resilience. We redoubled our efforts in 2014 when Russian aggression started, and again before the start of a large-scale war in 2022. Estonian private sector has been instrumental in our cooperation, be it developing Trembita, the backbone of the digital government of Ukraine, that has helped the country continue offering public services even during the war. Or the latest example, the kindergarten. It was realized by the Estonian Wooden House cluster and its member Hermet, together with Eurocon, the Ukrainian subsidiary of the main contractor Nordecon. Estonian construction companies have a high motivation to offer European construction standards and reliable partnership in the next stage of the reconstruction of Ukraine. I recently returned from a visit to Ukraine with a business delegation and witnessed a great interest to work with and invest in Ukraine. Estonia has reacted fast to all critical needs of the Ukrainian people. It includes cash-based support, generators, buses, and equipment of humanitarian demining. The recent example is sending necessary equipment, rubber boots, water pumps, etc., to the region after the explosion of Kakhovka Dam, another disastrous exercise caused by Russian invasion. Ukraine has the potential to become one of the most successful economies in Europe. I saw this in my recent visit to Ukraine while meeting with students, scientists, officials from anti-corruption agency. There is enormous enthusiasm and willingness to bring on the long-awaited change. It is important to provide a comprehensive policy framework as well as funding support for skilled and educated Ukrainians, which will allow them to return to Ukraine one day. For this, investment and attention to recovery are needed. It will also support Ukraine on its way to joining EU and NATO. Membership of these organizations is essential to achieve our common goal of creating a peaceful Europe and protecting the sustainability of our investments. The scale of the challenge at hand is almost unimaginable. We need a common approach to make the best use of our resources. This can be done by involving all partners, big and small, public and private, and leveraging the long-term experience from the region. Ladies and gentlemen, our companies continue to operate in Ukraine. Some never stopped the production and kept all personnel employed. Like PRT Group, which is currently investing into a new strategic project to ensure the stability of supply of vital gases in Ukraine. I would also like to mention Nortal, the Estonian company bought Ukrainian IT company Scalia just a few months after the war started and employs today 350 Ukrainian employees in its offices in Kiev and Lviv. According to Nortal, the decision was made in Ukraine's favor because of a qualified workforce and high level of digitalization. Ukrainian IT sector has shown great growth even during the war. In the defense industry, the third system and Millennium Robotics have done successful cooperation and are supplying high-level drones and unmanned ground vehicles configured to transport the wounded and equipment. We stand ready to share our experience and help in any way we can. And we remain committed to our proposal to organize Ukraine Reconstruction Conference. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, can I ask Krišjānis Kariņš, the Prime Minister of Latvia, to the stage? Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, friends, I'll just try to say a few words. So many good speeches, I can only agree with everything. Flashback to the fall and winter of 21-22. The Latvian government starts getting briefings from the US government. Every morning I'm reading about new troop movements. Every week in the government meeting, now we're meeting in the special room that is good for such meetings, and we're trying to understand what exactly is going on, what could we expect. Now, Latvia has a history with Russia where we never had any illusions that things are going very well to our east. And we had every indication that things are actually going in an absolutely bad direction. So we took a decision at the late fall, early November, December, that we wanted to send weapons to Ukraine. It doesn't look good. It looks like a war really could erupt. We have had now Stinger missiles in our arsenal. Well, you don't just send these things around. You coordinate with the US government. It took a little while. Our Stingers arrived in Ukraine just one day before the full-scale invasion, and thankfully they were part of the solution of keeping the Russians from taking the airport, which is part of their initial plan. Since that time, our government has spent over 1.3% of our GDP on all kinds of aid to Ukraine. Over 1% is military alone. So our Stinger missiles, all of our Stinger missiles are now in Ukraine. We had a fleet of helicopters. All of those helicopters, the last ones are still being repainted. We send them so that they're usable and look good as well, are going to Ukraine. We are training Ukrainian soldiers to the order of about 3,000 this year. Ammunition, drones, etc., is continually going and will continue to go in this way. On top of that, humanitarian aid, on top of that, financial aid. And on top of all of this, our civil society has been going head-to-head with the government who can donate more faster and more efficiently. So after the Kakhovka Dam was exploded, within 1 week we took 3 different government decisions on different aid packages coordinated with the Ukrainians. But at the same time, our civil society spontaneously, it's very well organized in Latvia, organizing all kinds of shipments of generators, boats, everything that is needed in flood-devastated areas to get them there, and they're already on the ground and working today. So as a nation, we understand the Ukrainians because what are they fighting for? They're fighting for, well, many things, but you could boil it down to 3 values. Freedom, it's been mentioned. Democracy, it's been mentioned. And the rule of law. Now, all of us, we talk about these things all the time. We're all freedom fighters. But, friends, the Ukrainians are freedom fighters. We are now freedom supporters. And what we need to do is to persevere. And my message to you is simple. A small country like Latvia, if we can spend 1.3% of our GDP, so can you. We're not the wealthiest of nations, but it can be done. And as a politician, I can say, actually, it's good for politics as well. So the more you give aid, the higher your ratings go. I can assure that to everyone around the room. Now, we're speaking about reconstruction today. Latvia is committed to the Chernihiv region. This is also in working together with the Ukrainian government. Very specific needs, very specific projects that we're working on. And what we're also seeing in Latvia, interestingly, that business trade between Latvia and Ukraine is up over 60% this year. In the middle of a war, 60% increase. And why is that? It's because on top of all of the aid, more and more companies are realizing they have an important role to play, not only in donating, but in helping to create. So also today there are companies from the energy sector, from the language technology sector, from other sectors in Latvia present here today, looking for these opportunities. And if we can mobilize not only public funds, but the private funds, that is one incredible opportunity for everyone, for the Ukrainians, but for all of Europe. Now, and what is the sort of the end game, the outcome? How will it all end? Well, there are a number of steps. So first and basic, Ukraine will win the war, and Ukrainian territory will be liberated of the Russian aggressor everywhere. That is point one. That needs our continued, especially military support. Step two, we have to help Ukraine in the integration process. Ursula, I don't see her right now, Ursula von der Leyen said very correctly, Ukraine's place will be in the European Union, no doubt about that, and we will become stronger because of your joining us. But I think it's also important to state that at the end of the day, if we want a long-standing peace in Europe, the only way to really assure that is Ukraine's also full integration into the NATO military alliance. Another important aspect, it has been mentioned, it needs to be stressed, that the perpetrator must pay. The Russians are destroying Ukraine. We have frozen billions, probably trillions of their assets. A way must be found to mobilize these assets to help offset the cost of the reconstruction. And finally, the Russian leadership must be held accountable, ultimately, in a tribunal for all of the atrocities and the crimes against humanity that they are perpetrating, even as we speak. So, united, we will stand with and behind Ukraine, and in the end, we will prevail. Slava Ukraini!
Ladies and gentlemen, please can I invite Antonio Tajani, Foreign Minister and Deputy Prime Minister of Italy. Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister, dear colleagues, James, thank you very much for organizing and hosting this very important event. The Ukraine Recovery Conference is, first of all, a political meeting, because today we are sending a very clear political message to everybody, first of all, to Russia. We are united, Europeans, Americans, many countries, many governments, many states, many entrepreneurs, public and private sector, united in defense of the international law. This is the clear and important message for today. We are in defense of the rules, not only in defense of the independence of Ukraine, because the independence of Ukraine is freedom, is peace, is justice, is international law. For this we are strongly engaged today. And of course, it's impossible to achieve peace without justice. We want peace, but peace without justice is not peace. Justice is the freedom of Ukraine. And if you want to pave the way for a better future for your country, Mr. Prime Minister, if we want to pave the way for a full membership of Ukraine in the European Union, if we want to pave the way for your full membership in the NATO in the next years, we need to work for the reconstruction. We need to work all together. My country, my government, the Italian government is strongly engaged in this strategy. We want to be protagonists for helping you, in defense of the freedom, because your freedom is our freedom. As you know, dear Prime Minister, just a few weeks ago, we were with you, with your government, in Rome, in the presence more or less 1,000 Italian and Ukrainian companies to discuss the reconstruction of your country. For Italy, the bilateral reconstruction conference in Rome was the start of the process in which Italy, together with the European Union and the international community, is committed to providing Ukraine with a strong military, humanitarian, financial and economic assistance. Italy will keep playing a central role with the G7 presidency next year, and then by hosting this Ukraine Recovery Conference in 2025. To start rebuilding Ukraine, we don't have to wait for the end of the conflict, as often reminded by the President Zelensky. There are many things that we can do together. First of all, the Russian attempt to exploit the winter to bring the civilian population to its knees. We must work now to restore what has been destroyed by the end of the summer, starting with the energy infrastructure, of which Italy is committed with public funds and its national companies. Secondly, we can immediately remove the mines, as in the film, and rebuild bridges, roads, houses, schools, and hospitals. This is crucial for a better life of the Ukrainians. Italy is committed to bridging the resource gap for early recovery highlighted by the World Bank's assessment last March. Resources announced by the Conference of the Reconstruction in Rome amounting to €200 million will be used in this direction, in particular to support energy security and critical infrastructures. Our know-how is ready for you, is ready for Ukraine. Italy is an industrial country. 4,000 small and medium-sized companies. This is the heart of our economy. Our know-how is very important. The made in Italy is very important, and we want to export to Ukraine our made in Italy. It's important to work in the respect of the rules of the multilateral development banks, but this is crucial to do it. For the reconstruction to be successful, the contribution of the private investment is very important. We need your help. We need your involvement in this political strategy. The freedom, the free market is crucial for growth, is crucial for everybody, is crucial for our companies. Ukraine will be part of our internal market, of the European internal market. And to be present now is also to be present in the future, to be friends as Europeans, all together. And we want Ukraine full members, as I said, of the European Union, but also the Western Balkans countries candidate. We want to work all together. Of course, Ukraine is a country equipped with resources, space, and talent, and offers great investment opportunity. This is the message we must convey to the business world. In this spirit, dear Prime Minister, I have appointed a new special envoy, the last ambassador to Kyiv, that will be the Italian focal point for the reconstruction process. This is a clear message. We are strongly engaged. We want to work more. We want to work with our friends. We want our companies are ready to invest in Ukraine. It is also essential that the reform path undertaken by the country continues in the future. The reconstruction process is indeed closely linked to the accession process to the European Union, as I said. Italy has immediately supported Kyiv European aspiration and will continue to work in this direction when we will decide to start the negotiation later this year. Only Ukraine integration in the European project can guarantee to our continent a future of peace, stability, and prosperity, and is therefore a strategic investment. For this, I said, today we are part of the political conference. For me, this is very, very important. They are friends. They are Ukrainian friends. They are friends of G7, the European friends, the American friends. Count on Italy. Count on Italian government. Prime Minister, we are close to you in defense of freedom, democracy, peace, international law. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Antonio. And can I now invite Annalena Baerbock, German Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Thank you, James. Prime Ministers, Presidents, Excellencies, Prime Minister Sunak, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing I wish for is to go back to school, play volleyball with my friends, and live a normal life. This is what a teenager, 16 years old, said to me when I met her in Kharkiv in January, at a warming center, in the midst of a city destroyed by Russian bombs at minus 15 degrees. She told me how counting to 45 had become part of her daily life since the start of the Russian war of aggression. Because it takes 45 seconds for Russian missiles to hit Kharkiv after you hear the sirens. 45 seconds, if you're lucky, is enough to get your little brother or your grandmother to safety. But 45 seconds, that is not enough for a normal life. 45 seconds is not enough to go to school. 45 seconds is not enough to play volleyball. I believe that today's conference is about these teenagers in Kharkiv, the boys and girls and their generation. It is about supporting Ukraine to build a future in which all of Ukrainians will again live in freedom, security, and peace. From the moment Russia began its ruthless war of aggression on the 24th of February last year, all of us in this room have stood resolutely by the side of Ukraine, by the Ukrainians' right to defend themselves. This commitment does not stop here. For the German government, like all the other governments, this commitment stands for as long as it takes. We counter altogether Putin's destructive war of aggression with a rebuilding campaign. United in defense, united in rebuilding. We continue to support Ukraine financially, politically, with weapons. We want Ukraine to win this war, to win peace. That is why we have made clear that Ukraine belongs also to the European family. And the Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, said this morning that the European Commission on Ukraine's reform effort shows that Ukraine is making commendable progress despite the war. And Ukraine will eventually become a member of the European Union. With our partners, we are also working towards greater political and practical cooperation between Ukraine and NATO. And my colleague, Minister for Development, Svenja Schulze, and I have come today here to underline that the German government is stepping up efforts for Ukraine's recovery. This recovery starts with humanitarian support. Germany will provide Ukraine with an additional €381 million for humanitarian assistance in 2023, for everything from generators to food and tents for those who have fled or lost their homes recently. We will continue our demining work, since there can be no peace in places where people live in constant fear of their children stepping on a mine while playing. This support comes on top to the total recovery assistance by the Foreign Office, the Ministry of Development, the Ministry of Economy, and many others in the German government. Because, yes, recovery is about money. It needs to be. Since the beginning of Russia's war, Germany has provided €16.8 billion in support relating to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, including military aid, and we applaud those countries connected to the GDP have done similar. But when we look at long-term reconstruction, money is not enough. We want to support Ukraine in building back better, as we called it last year's recovery conference in Lugano, Italy. This means that in rebuilding its power sector, we are helping Ukraine to invest in renewable energy and energy efficiency, in a recovery that is green and therefore longer lasting and sustainable. And reconstruction is a collective effort that will only succeed if public and private sectors work together, as you, James, have said so many times. Despite the war and its damage to Ukraine's economy, many German companies continue to operate in Ukraine, in healthcare, in energy, in food, in water. And they see reconstruction as others as an opportunity of growth. I applaud them for this. They not only provide goods, services, and jobs, they provide trust in the future of Ukraine. As German government, we therefore supporting them with national investment guarantees, because yes, this is also political. And we call on others to follow suit so that companies do not shy away from investing in Ukraine. Finally, I'm convinced that we need to further link Ukraine's recovery and the EU accession process. Our goal is to help rebuild a Ukraine that is fit for EU. We stand ready to support Ukraine in its reform efforts on the path towards membership. That's why Ukraine's accession process will have a special place at next year's recovery conference to be held in Germany, to make recovery a truly European endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, we do not know when Russia will stop its brutal war of aggression. It's in the hand of one man who has started this war. But what we know and what we promise, we will continue supporting Ukraine's recovery, and we will continue helping Ukraine to win this war, to win peace, so that every teenage girl in Ukraine can do what teenage girls are doing in the rest of Europe every day. Go to school without fear. Play volleyball with their friends without counting to 45. Simply live a normal life in peace and freedom. Thank you.
And now can I invite Yoshimasa Hayashi, Foreign Minister of Japan.
Thank you, James, and Prime Ministers, Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hayashi Yoshimasa, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. I would like to express my respect for the efforts made by the governments of the UK and Ukraine, and with those involved in organizing this conference. I particularly commend the UK's leadership in organizing this conference. First of all, I would like to reiterate our sympathy and solidarity with the people of Ukraine, especially following the recent dam collapse at Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant, and express my strong concern about its enormous impact. Japan decided to provide $5 million in emergency humanitarian assistance to those affected by the floods in such areas as food, water, sanitation, and health. And in addition, we will provide approximately $160 water purifiers, about 530 generators, 30 construction machines, and other equipment through Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, and an international organization. We will also implement emergency humanitarian assistance through NGOs. Japan, the only country that has ever suffered atomic bombing during wartime, has achieved a miraculous development from the devastation after the war. We have also experienced a series of serious natural disasters, including the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake in 1995 and the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011 with tsunami. Each time, however, we have achieved remarkable recovery and reconstruction with the support of our friends in the international community. Japan, therefore, has experience and knowledge of recovery and reconstruction gained through overcoming such difficulties. During the visit to Japan for the G7 Hiroshima summit, President Zelensky stated that he dreams that city destroyed by Russia will be rebuilt into a peaceful city like Hiroshima of today. Japan intends to make use of its experience and knowledge it has accumulated in the field of recovery and reconstruction, and to vigorously implement uniquely Japanese form of reconstruction assistance in close contact with the Ukrainian people. At the G7 Hiroshima summit, the leaders confirmed the importance of the role of the private sector in the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, which is one of the main subjects of this conference. As the G7, we issued a joint statement and in which we welcomed the establishment of the Support for Ukraine's Reconstruction and Economy SURE Trust Fund in the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, MIGA, as well as the launch of the Ukraine Investment Platform led by Japan's JBIC. Japan contributed $23 million to the SURE Trust Fund of the MIGA. As for the Ukrainian Investment Platform, we welcome that signing ceremony for its launch is taking place later today. And I'm convinced that based on the outcomes of the G7 Hiroshima summit, meaningful discussions will be made at this conference under the leadership of the UK on necessary measures to promote the involvement of the private sector, including war risk insurance, with a view to stimulating the insurance market and implementation of reforms in Ukraine. In order to gain further involvement of the private sector, Japan has recently established the Council on Preparation for Promotion of Ukraine's Economic Reconstruction with the participation of all the relevant ministries and agencies. Furthermore, the Japan-Ukraine Conference for Promotion of Economic Reconstruction will be held at an appropriate timing from the end of this year to the beginning of next year, so that the Japanese public and private sectors can strongly support the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine. Japan has so far announced over $7.6 billion in support, including humanitarian assistance and winterization assistance to vulnerable people. In the medium and long-term recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, Japan will make use of its strengths and provide assistance mainly in the areas of, number one, mine action and debris clearance, number two, in livelihood reconstruction, including the development of basic infrastructure such as electricity. Number 3, the recovery of agricultural production and industrial development. And number 4, strengthening democracy and governance. Concrete initiatives are already underway. For example, with regard to mine action, in January this year, Japan conducted training for the personnel of the State Emergency Service of Ukraine to use mine detection equipment, which Japan is providing in cooperation with Cambodia, where Japan has long supported mine action. Japan also organized seminars on awareness-raising activities for local communities regarding mine risks. We will continue to provide mine-related assistance. In order to give the Ukrainian people hope for a bright future, it is essential not only that the international community shows the strong commitment to the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, but also that efforts to restore peace to the country should be made. At the G7 Hiroshima summit, the leaders reaffirmed that the G7 is more united than ever in strong support for Ukraine in every aspect, and in continuing to impose strict sanctions against Russia. It was also confirmed with invited countries outside the G7 that any unilateral attempt to change the status quo by force is unacceptable anywhere in the world, and upholding the free and open international order based on the rule of law is really essential. We will continue to work closely in cooperation with the international community to achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine as soon as possible. I wish that this recovery conference will be held successfully and that its outcomes will be milestones in the future reconstruction of Ukraine. Japan always stands with Ukraine. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Please now can I invite Catherine Colonna, Foreign Minister of the Republic of France.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary, dear James, Heads of State and Heads of Governments, Prime Minister of Ukraine, dear Denis, good to see you here. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, dear friends, I see a few in the room. I want to start by thanking the Government of the United Kingdom for hosting us today. Our gathering today is a symbol of our shared conviction that Ukraine will defeat the Russian aggression. There will be a time when the war ends and Ukraine will be standing as a strong, sovereign, united and democratic country, resolutely anchored in the Euro-Atlantic family and in Europe. And when I say in Europe, I mean in the European Union. This time hasn't come yet. We know that war is raging. Russia's authorities are still denying Ukraine its right to exist as a sovereign country. Russia's soldiers are still illegally occupying parts of Ukraine's territory. Russia's missiles are still targeting the Ukrainian population and critical civilian infrastructures, which is, by international law, a war crime. Our main focus, therefore, remains on emergency-driven support. It is the case for military support, and we've been making our best efforts, all of us, to provide Ukraine with the equipment it needs and in time in order to support an ongoing counteroffensive. France delivered what it said it would deliver, and it will keep doing it. It is also the case with the humanitarian and civilian support we provide.
be it to respond to disasters caused by Russia's aggression, such as the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, to increase Ukraine's resilience, or to preserve the safety of Ukraine's civilian nuclear power plants. This is the logic that drove the international conference we organized in Paris on December 30th last year, and I'd like to thank all those who did participate. But focusing on the emergency imposed by the ongoing war should not stop us from thinking long-term, for at least two reasons. One, Ukraine is engaged on a long-term transformation effort through its EU accession process. We need to use the reconstruction phase to give Ukraine a head start in this process. Two, our commitment to support Ukraine's reconstruction is also a signal we send to Putin, a signal that tells we'll be here as long as it takes, and that he will not be able to wait us out. A signal that should convince Russia it is in a deadlock and has to end its aggression now. In order to achieve this goal, France is preparing a multi-year civilian assistance package to Ukraine that will include both humanitarian, stabilization, economic and financial support. I am pleased to add that it will mostly be comprised in grants so as to avoid increasing the pressure on Ukraine's public finances. In the meantime, I'm happy to inform that my ministry will be providing an additional 40 million euros in donations for Ukraine in 2023. This support will be used primarily for emergency reconstruction of critical infrastructure, health equipment, and, if needed, emergency resilience as pledged to undertake in order to foster the rule of law and to improve the business climate in the country. These efforts will be key to attract private investment, without which reconstruction will not be possible. Thanks to our joint efforts, Ukraine will build back and build back better. Up until then, our support will not fade. Thank you.
And please now can I invite Zbigniew Rau, Foreign Minister of Poland.
Thank you, James. Prime Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends. For the last couple of weeks, the world has been closely following the actions of the Ukraine armed forces systematically liberating their homeland. The damage discovered in recaptured territories is staggering. It is staggering, but its barbaric nature, and it is overwhelming by scale. Recent heinous act of blowing up of a dam in Nowa Kachowka drastically adds to the complicity our long-term efforts towards reconstruction. The process of reconstruction itself will mean substantive involvement of the public as well as private sector and business to a large extent. Our task as the governments is to prepare the appropriate institutional and legal framework, political support on the spot, and financial resources. The mobilization of financial resources will be a major long-term challenge. I would like to again strongly reiterate that seized Russian assets should serve as key source in this respect. It is clear that Moscow should be kept legally accountable for the aggression, but it should also pay for the enormous damage done to Ukraine. The success of the reconstruction of Ukraine is in the best interest of Europe and the whole international community. It is in our interest that Ukraine becomes a robust and advanced market economy, playing by the rules with an administration capable to absorb the assistance. This is why Ukraine should become a member of the European Union as soon as possible. As it has been said, today in Brussels, the European Commission is presenting the informal update on the progress made by Kiev since it was given the candidate status. We all know how effective Ukraine has been in meeting the 7 criteria, despite the ongoing war, continuous missile attacks, and the flood caused by the destruction of the dam. Ukraine will be ready to start accession negotiations soon. If this is the case, the EU should also be ready by the end of this year, after the regular autumn enlargement report. The concept of a merit-based process must work both ways. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland has already proven its credibility by providing humanitarian and military aid to Ukraine during the war. We are ready to play a trustworthy and reliable partner also for its post-war reconstruction. We are equipped to play a special role as a transport, logistics, and international hub. Our key assets are the geographical proximity, the longest EU border with Ukraine, well-developed infrastructure of border crossings, long-standing experience, and the competitive business cooperation offer of Polish entrepreneurs on the Ukraine market. Let me mention a few elements which we have already done preparing for this enormous challenge. More than 2,000 Polish companies have approached the Polish Trade and Investment Agency expressing interest in cooperation with Ukrainian partners in the recovery process. We are reassuming the operation of the Polish Trade and Investment Agency office in Kiev in the end of June to give a clear signal to Polish and international companies that the Ukrainian market already provides great opportunities. Credo Bank, owned by the PKO BP, is already providing affordable credit for Ukraine small and medium-sized enterprises. The government has prepared the law enabling the extension of insurance coverage for the transport of goods to and from Ukraine, as well as investment activities. For the last year, the Polish official export credit agency was the only one insuring trade receivables. On this basis, Poland will create a dedicated program of rebuilding Ukraine. The trade insurance to Ukraine will be provided also to foreign companies operating in Poland or willing to invest. I'm convinced that Polish companies, taking into account the meaningful relationships they have already established with Ukrainian partners, are ready to develop them further together with international partners. Thank you.
And now can I invite Harjit Sajjan, Minister for International Development of Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to first take the opportunity to thank the United Kingdom and Ukraine for hosting us today. I also want to acknowledge the bravery and the sacrifice of the Ukrainian soldiers who are fighting on the front lines. Now, it is not a secret that Canada's ties with Ukraine run extremely deep. Canada is home to 1.4 million Ukrainian Canadians, and they have made a significant mark on our national identity and values. It was Ukrainian Canadian Senator Paul Yuzek who first brought forward the vision of multiculturalism in Canada with a pivotal Senate speech. Another Ukrainian Canadian, Lawrence Decor, helped write the section of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms that entrenched multiculturalism in Canada's Constitution. These Ukrainian Canadians saw a Canada that recognized its deep connections to the wider world as an integral part of who we are. And in the spirit of an interconnected world, I join you in this resolute to show of our international solidarity with Ukraine. And just 10 days ago, our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, was on the ground in Kyiv. And while there, he reinforced Canada's enduring commitment to Ukraine and announced new support measures, including increased military assistance and support for mental health. Canada has committed over $8.8 billion in financial, military, humanitarian development, and immigration assistance for Ukraine. And this includes over $5 billion in direct financial assistance. With over $4.3 billion flowing through the International Monetary Fund's new administered account for Ukraine, which was championed by Canada. This also includes a $500 million stemming from the proceeds of Canada's Ukraine sovereignty bond, the first of its kind globally. Our commitments to Ukraine are especially important in the face of the evolving crisis, like the destruction of the most recent dam. Canada is allocating $10 million for humanitarian partners to support the people impacted by the floods. And I've visited Ukraine many times in my former capacity as Minister of Defense. And just a few months back, I had the opportunity to visit in my current capacity. And that trip allowed me to personally witness what the world has been seeing at a distance over the last 16 months. What I witnessed was absolute resilience. And as we gather here, the people of Ukraine continue to show the world just how strong and resilient they are in the face of unjustifiable and unwarranted Russian aggression. So today, we gather to support not only Ukraine's immediate needs, but its long-term recovery, reconstruction, and economic future. A future that is safer and greener, more open, and more resilient. To help set us on that path, 1 month ago at the G7 summit, Canada made a landmark commitment to the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Canada announced $283 million for the High-Impact Partnership on Climate Action to help countries build clean climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience projects with a focus on technical assistance. Gender equality. The Ukraine grant will support climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience projects with a focus on technical assistance. Gender equality will also be factored into this work, something that is central for Canada with our Feminist International Assistance Policy. Canada has also been a leader in championing creative, innovative financial tools for Ukraine, and we will continue to look for ways to leverage innovative financial instruments to provide de-risking and concessional support to Ukraine and Canadian investors. Ukraine also continues its work to combat corruption and make progress on these reforms. And these efforts are more important than ever for European Union and OECD accession, and also to encourage more private sector investment. And during my most recent trip, during this trip, I'll be meeting with Canadian business leaders who are looking to support Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction through trade and investment. And in April, Canada and Ukraine concluded negotiations to modernize our bilateral free trade agreement. This will provide a strong legal framework for Canada's firms seeking to participate in Ukraine's reconstruction efforts. I would like to express Canada's support for the launch of the G7+ and the government of Ukraine's Clean Energy Partnership for Ukraine, as well as the launch of the Ukraine Business Compact. Canada also supports a framework on war risk insurance to support private sector input into the reconstruction activities. And Canada firmly believes in the importance of bringing our diplomatic, trade, and development work together. And we need a truly united effort on this front. Because as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said in Kyiv, Ukraine's fight for the future stretches far beyond its borders. Ukraine fights for the future of all of us and for the values that all of us hold so dear. Canada is honored to stand shoulder to shoulder with you as we stand up for Ukraine. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I invite you once again to thank in the traditional way our panellists as they retake their seats and in preparation for our final keynote speech of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this session underlines our collective determination to support Ukraine, not only in its self-defense, but its subsequent rebuild, reform, and recovery. It gives me great pleasure to now introduce to the stage the final speaker of this session, the keynote speaker of this morning, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear James. Dear Presidents, Prime Ministers, Secretaries, Ministers, dear heads of international organizations, dear representatives of international business, dear friends, partners, colleagues, allies, ladies and gentlemen. Today Ukraine is going through the most difficult times in the history of our independence. It is a crucial time not only for our country but also for Europe, for the civilized world, for democracy and freedom. The outcome of the war in Ukraine will determine the geopolitical landscape of Europe for many decades to come. 16 months into war, no one doubts that Russia has not achieved its goals. Ukraine withstood, thanks to the heroism of the Ukrainian army, thanks to the bravery of Ukrainian people, thanks to the leadership, thanks to the unity, thanks to the pro-Ukrainian coalition and your help. 12 months ago, Ukraine was granted the EU candidate status. We have an ambitious goal to quickly become a member of the European Union. We are already well ahead of schedule of this path. We are transforming our country. We are rapidly adopting European policies and practices, integrating into European markets and strengthening our institutions. European integration is the compass for all reforms and changes, including the implementation of Ukraine's recovery project. I would like to express my gratitude to the European Union for its consistent military, political, financial and humanitarian support. In particular, I want to thank the European Commission and personally Madam President Ursula von der Leyen for the initiative of new Ukraine facility, which will provide medium and long-term support for our economy and recovery. The new Ukraine facility will also support our efforts to rebuild and modernize the country while implementing key reforms on EU accession track. Over the past months, we have laid the basis for winning this war. We believe that we are going to win this war, and we will win the peace that follows. I say we many times because this is our common achievements, our common work, our common tasks. We need to accomplish long-term stability, security and prosperity for Ukraine and for the region. We have already begun our long and difficult journey on rebuilding Ukraine. A year ago in Lugano, we held the first major conference on Ukraine's recovery. At that conference, our discussions primarily were around plans, roadmaps, challenges, and prospects. A year later, here in London, our discourse extends beyond plans, encompassing notable achievements as well. We are now addressing the 10 key aspects of Ukraine's recovery, which provide us with a competition of where we are going, and what else we need to do to win this peace. The first aspect of Ukraine's recovery, damage assessment. We have said that the first thing we need to start with is an independent, professional and transparent assessment of damage and reconstruction needs. Together with the World Bank and the European Commission and the UN, we have created such a tool. We have carried out rapid damage and needs assessment. This document provides a comprehensive overview of the impact of the war in 20 different sectors. As of 21st February this year, reconstruction needs have already reached $411 billion. This is an unprecedented figure. Unfortunately, it does not yet encompass many losses, including the damages inflicted by the horrific terrorist attack carried by Russian forces at the Kakhovka hydroelectric power station. We are grateful to the World Bank for actively assisting us and agreeing to promptly conduct an assessment of the damages resulting from this dreadful terrorist act. We appreciate World Bank support in evaluating all the losses and firmly believe in the necessity of continuing this work. Therefore, the program of large-scale recovery and transformation of Ukraine will also be unprecedented. It will be the largest reconstruction project in Europe since the Second World War. The second aspect of Ukraine's recovery is stages of recovery. The first stage is rapid recovery, which we started last year and are now actively implementing. We are talking about projects that are really necessary for the survival of the country and the people in the face of war. The World Bank estimates that we need $14.1 billion for such priority recovery projects this year. The second stage will be a long-term reconstruction which will take many years, and we are now starting to lay down a plan for its implementation. The third aspect of Ukraine's recovery, priorities for rapid recovery. Last year we also talked about the importance of setting the right priorities for recovery. For this year, our government has identified 5 key priorities. These are energy, humanitarian demining, housing, critical and social infrastructure, and supporting the economy. As I have already said, we need $14.1 billion for the priority tasks in these areas. We have projects in all these areas. Ukrainian ministers will present them in detail with calculations, responsible agencies, and timelines. We expect that at this conference in London, we will finally be able to mobilize the full amount needed for these projects. This is a priority and a very practical stories that we have to make together. The first aspect of Ukraine recovery is recovery architecture. The implementation of all these projects requires a special recovery architecture and regular platforms for cooperation. Last year, we created the position of Deputy Prime Minister for Restoration of Ukraine. We have also established the State Agency for Restoration, the dedicated fund for overcoming the consequences of aggression, and the position of Deputy Ministers for Recovery in the relevant departments. We are actively engaging regional authorities, which is an important element of the decentralization reform. Alongside the internal recovery architecture, we have established a new mechanism for a regular interaction with our international partners. This is the multi-agency donor coordination platform for Ukraine. From now, the Deputy Prime Minister for Restoration will be the representative of Ukraine in this platform. The fifth aspect of Ukraine's recovery is transparency. Speaking about the recovery architecture, we have mentioned many times the words transparency and accountability. We are making sure that these are not just words. Ukrainian reconstruction should become synonymous with transparency. Last month, we presented the digital restoration ecosystem for accountable management, or DREAM, as we call it. The ecosystem will allow to control every stage of any recovery project in a very short period of time. More than 5,000 sites for restoration have already been entered into the system. The sixth aspect for Ukraine's recovery is parametric approach and build back better principle. At the Lugano conference, we said that we wanted to carry out recovery using two approaches, the parametric approach and the regional approach. The parametric approach is the principle when the government sets the general framework, the broad policies, and the general requirements. What does this mean in practice? For example, we have set new requirements at the legislative level for the construction of residential buildings, in particular that they must now have a bomb shelter. We have also developed requirements for schools and hospitals and are setting up community safety centers. Energy efficiency, green technologies, security, all this should be a mandatory part of the new infrastructure in the reconstruction. The seventh aspect of Ukraine recovery is regional approach. The regional approach is when our international partner countries take patronage of regions and communities in Ukraine and help implement recovery projects here. 30 countries have signed a declaration supporting the initiative to provide coordinating assistance to rebuild Ukrainian communities and regions. During last year, more than 300 territorial communities in Ukraine have signed 1,500 partnership agreements. Nearly 60 countries are helping our cities, towns and villages to recover. Currently, more than 200 projects are being implemented or have been implemented jointly with partner countries or international organizations. The eighth aspect of Ukraine's recovery is sources of financing the recovery. One of the key questions we are constantly facing is who will pay the hundreds of billions for the recovery. First and foremost, Russia must pay for what it has destroyed. We are preparing a fair mechanism that will allow us to confiscate up to $500 billion of Russian assets frozen in the West. In May, a historic decision was taken at a meeting of the Council of Europe to establish a register of damage caused by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. This is the first component of the international compensation mechanism. The second source of funding for reconstruction is the Ukrainian budget, including funds from confiscated Russian assets in Ukraine. The Ukrainian budget for 2023 has already earmarked $3.3 billion, and we have already started reconstruction with these funds. The third source is the assistance from our international partners, including international financial organizations. We are grateful to all of you. Our partners have already pledged $4.3 billion out of the total $14.1 billion needed for the rapid recovery for the next 12 months. But we still need another $6.55 billion. We have set an ambitious goal of securing pledges for this amount as a result of this conference. The ninth aspect of Ukraine's recovery is involvement of the private sector. No large-scale, effective and rapid recovery is possible without the involvement of private capital and private investment. We believe that it is business and entrepreneurs who can make our recovery truly effective. We are already offering projects and investment opportunities to international capital. Together with the World Bank, the US International Development Financial Corporation and other partners, we are working on an effective war risk insurance model for investment in Ukraine. We have identified 5 key segments that will form the basis for the recovery and transformation of our economy. The first sector is energy. There is a huge potential in the electricity sector, gas production and storage, and also hydrogen energy. President of Ukraine emphasized today in his speech on this sector especially. The second sector is a military-industrial complex. Many Ukrainian weapons and developments are proving their effectiveness on the battlefield right now. European and global defense companies are increasingly considering options for building new production facilities in Ukraine. After the war, we expect a great boost in the development of this sector in Ukraine. The third sector is agriculture. Ukraine is already world leader in the production of many crops. With government incentives and private foreign investments, we believe that post-war growth in this sector could be in double digits. The fourth sector is infrastructure. The recorded losses of this sector now exceed over $100 billion. Colossal destruction. So for many years, it will be the market that is worth tens of billions of euros. We will actively offer public-private partnership and concession projects. The fifth sector is IT. We have ambitions to become a digital hub in Europe. We offer IT companies some of the most favorable tax and regulatory conditions in the world. In general, we are telling the private sector that those who invest in Ukraine today will have extraordinary opportunities and prospects in coming years. The 10th aspect of Ukraine recovery, Ukraine is changing. Recovery of Ukraine is not just about rebuilding a power plant, a road, a house, or a hospital. Recovery of Ukraine is also about the transformation of our country, a new quality of institutions, and a new living space, a new European Ukraine. The planned changes and reforms are clearly in line with our aspirations to become a member of the EU. We understand that Ukraine must change, and Ukraine is transforming right now. For this year, our government has identified 10 priority reforms and transformation projects: European integration, security and defense, new veterans policy, human capital development in the face of extraordinary challenges, new economic model, logistic development, and of course, rapid recovery. In addition, we have fully established the anti-corruptional infrastructure, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, the High Anti-Corruption Court, the National Agency on Corruption Prevention. These are important institutions that allow us to ensure the principle of inevitability in punishment and the rule of law. At the same time, our government is carrying out a major digitalization reform, a large-scale deregulation for doing business, the corporatization and the privatization of state-owned enterprises. These are the necessary changes that will allow us to prevent corruption. Dear friends, dear partners, Ukraine is changing and Ukraine is winning. Our victory will be the beginning of a renewed and stronger Europe. We are united in defense and we will be united in recovery. We are grateful to everyone who is helping us fight for our freedom and independence today. I would also like to express my gratitude to the government of the United Kingdom, personally to Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and Secretary of State James Cleverly, for co-organizing this conference, this perfect conference. Such events enable us to synchronize our efforts and work together towards the victory and recovery of Ukraine. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your tremendous support. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for that terrific morning. We've heard courage and we've heard commitment, and we're now going to take a break. We're going to be back here for a hard start at 11:40 so that we can run a session on those immediate needs that we've been discussing. So if you could all be seated again at 11:40, thank you very much.
I remember that day. I remember each day.
Cowboy's somewhere further down. Right. I'm not going to cable. Oh, I might have a PC. Yeah, I'm sure one. I've only got one of those from there to that one. Yeah. No, I've got 10 metre, 20 metres BNC, so I've got you today. Just want to find out what the final connection is there. Let's see. It's just fucking BNC type. So that might work. Yes. I'm not sure.
The session is about to begin.
fighting so bravely to take back the land that's been seized from them, we know we also have to focus on the flip side of the coin, which is Ukraine's not only economic recovery, but economic future, because its success will be determined both on the battlefield, its ability to defend and ultimately deter further Russian aggression, but also the success of the country, the society it's building, including a strong and vibrant economy, a strong and vibrant democracy. And so, as we say, this is not only about Ukraine surviving, this is about Ukraine thriving. And the reconstruction piece is critical to that. The Prime Minister has been leading an effort to strengthen Ukraine's economy, to strengthen its democracy, to strengthen its governance, because what we know as well, and what's so powerful about today, is it's not just governments, it's not just the international financial institutions, it's the private sector that's going to make all the difference in Ukraine's long-term economic prospects, along with its integration in the European Union. And for that to work, we know that Ukraine has to build as well the most inviting investment climate possible. These are all the things that we're working on and talking about today, hoping to have both some quick impact, but also building the strongest possible foundation for the midterm and the long term. So I'm delighted to have the chance to speak to the Prime Minister about all the efforts that he and the Ukrainian government are making to create that kind of environment, to create the strong foundation for a successful, dynamic Ukraine for the future. Prime Minister.
Dear Secretary of State, dear colleagues, Ukraine is so much grateful to the United States for unwavering support during this full-scale war. We have support for 316 grad in military sphere. Now we are discussing economical and recovery issues for our country. First of all, we are concentrating on the rapid recovery of sectors: energy, humanitarian demining, housing, critical infrastructure recovery, and support of economy. So in all of these sectors, United States again and again demonstrates its leadership and support Ukraine in all these sectors. But today in London, on that conference, we are discussing also global issues of recoveries, and we, as always, say that we are united in defense, and we will united in our recovery. Because of this, now we are planning very concrete projects, not just declarations, but we bring some projects in all these spheres. And President of Ukraine today in very detailed comment and emphasize on energy sphere, on agricultural and food production, where Ukraine demonstrate leadership in the world in these sectors, and many countries and many peoples in the world are dependable because of our food production sector. So we hope we count on continued support from side of United States, and we have this, and it's very important for us that United States will support Ukraine as long as it needed. So it gave us hope, it bring us encourage to win in this war and to continue together restoring and recovery of my country. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, press. Thank you. Thank you. Let's not please.
How many meetings do you have today?
I don't know, but all the day. There is only 2 or 3 minutes between each meeting.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, friends. First of all, I would like to say thank you to UK side for organizing this great event. I hope that we will all see, like as soon as possible, practical results of our conference. If I may just start from presentation, I have a few slides. Like our scope since the beginning of this war, it's several key directions. First of all, it was at the beginning of the war, civil logistics, evacuation of our people. It's more than 4 million people were evacuated from Kharkiv, from Kyiv, from other larger cities of Ukraine. Second, it's military logistics. It's key, starting from the third day of the war. One of the most, or probably the most important direction in our daily work. Grain from Ukraine and Black Sea Grain Initiative, plus solidarity lanes, all those activities, they're critical because before the war and especially during the war, agricultural sector is #1 export industry for Ukraine, and as far as you know, the salaries to our soldiers we are paying from our taxes, so this industry and to maintaining our agricultural industry, it's like one of the first and the most important tasks. Critical restoration, we will provide more details a little bit later, but again, last year we realized several projects, and it was mostly temporary solutions. After the occupation of territories, we constructed temporary bypasses, temporary bridges, but all those measures allow us to provide at least basic services to those occupied regions. I'm sorry, it's not working. Yeah. At the same time, we can plan a lot of things. We can plan the restoration process. We will discuss a little bit later about how we are planning prioritization. But we are facing with challenges which we cannot predict. First of all, it was attacks on civilian infrastructure. Last year, we faced with blackouts, real blackouts during winter period. And it was like, again, everybody expecting something that it will happen. But like, you cannot believe that Russians, they can do this, but they are doing this. And then it was Kakhovka. Dump dispersion, and you see that like the next challenge will be to provide water supply for 1 million people in Dnipro region, and this, like at this moment, probably one of the key problems. We are not talking about agricultural sector, which in Kherson region and in southern part of Ukraine will historically use water from Kakhovka water reserves. And trade blockade, each time we are inventing something, like again, thanks again to our partners. Black Sea Grain Initiative was established with help of United Nations, with the help of Turkey and our allies, G7 countries. Solidarity lines, it was established in cooperation with the EU. All those measures, they allow us to increase exports through alternative channels. But again, without Black Sea corridors, for us, it will be a huge challenge to export new harvest to our traditional markets and to provide more confidence for our partners and to decrease risk of global food security. Again, some figures just to provide you what is happening, what we are trying to cover, what's already covered. If you're talking about, like, I'm not on purpose, we are not showing like figures money, because again, the key I think element for us, it's figures, it's number of those measures. I would focus on housing. And last year, we did minor repairs by ourselves with local authorities. We provided financing from central government, and we did everything as it was possible to do with minimum financing. But you see apartment buildings, I mean, the number is huge, destroyed. It's about 18,000 from the beginning of the war. Significant part of those buildings, they're located on territories which we are now temporarily not under Ukrainian control, but still number is huge. Private houses, and what is good, we recently launched e-recovery program. Again, we are using a very transparent mechanism. It's application DIA, which each Ukrainian citizen has. And we already started providing direct financial support only on minor repairments for our citizens. They are using so-called marked money only for building materials and for construction works. As a first source for this project, we are using arrested money of Sberbank Russia in Ukraine. It's about $500 million US, and again, I hope that we will structure new project with cooperation with World Bank. And thanks again for partners, for European Commission, for European Investment Bank and EBRD. Last year, we were able to restore almost on the level of both local level and state roads, almost 100 bridges. It was temporary. Regarding our approach to prioritization, we are working on methodology with World Bank, and I think, again, we're trying to analyze complex of factors. It's financial, economical indicators, and impact on social environment indicators. Again, the most critical right now, we understand that both directions is important. Economical recovery, and again, I'm visiting a lot of regions, and I see, for example, how like the life is continuous, is going in cities on 20 kilometers distance from Donetsk, because the key critical productions in this region is mines, coal mines. They are working, and normal life, I would say normal life, in spite of the shellings, etc., it's continue because there are jobs, there are working supermarkets, kindergartens, and people they're living there, and vice versa. We have the occupied territories. We can repair everything, but in case if we won't have production there, in case if we won't have jobs here, people won't come back there. Data-driven policy. Again, I will just mention a few things already mentioned by Prime Minister. Digital restoration ecosystem for accountable management, system DREAM. We will provide more details. Geoinformation system for regional development, the unified state electronic system in the construction sector, e-construction. Actually, we implement all projects with this system on national level for the most complicated construction projects, and feedback from, before that it was one of the most corrupted institutions in our country, but during the last 2 years we're receiving only positive feedback from our business, from all business associations, and definitely we need to expand this system into the local level, and for this the bill of the law 5655 is critical. And register of damaged and destroyed property. Again, we are using on a daily basis this register, and again, Prime Minister mentioned international register. It will be linked for this register because we're already fulfilling on a daily basis this register of damaged property in cooperation with local authorities. Without this, we are not providing any services for local authorities. We are not providing financing for restoration. DREAM system, again, I think you will have possibility to have more information about it, because on lobbies there are some screens, and we can present it in more details. But again, the idea is just to have in one place all reconstruction management ecosystem that creates a single digital project pipeline and ensure transparent and efficient implementation at the national, regional level. All our partners, all our allies will have access to this system. And again, I'd like to emphasize that screens in the lobby, and if visitors will have opportunity or time just to receive more details or on the website, please do it. Core needs for restoration, again, as we mentioned, it's critical and social infrastructure, Transportation, humanitarian and demining, it's critical, but again, we can compare. In some cases, business doing demining much faster than state institutions. I think just we need just to attract experience from all over the world, because challenges which we are facing right now in this sphere probably are one of the most complicated. Energy infrastructure, again, we are trying to be ready for the next heating season, to prepare our grid, to increase production of electricity, and to protect our main grid with reliable solution and shelters. Last year we did it during attacks, and again, it's already been said many times that our people, our workers, they're real heroes, like our soldiers, which protect us on battlefield. How to speed up restoration? Again, like there are several ideas, but what is really important, just to say, first of all, I think we are always. I'm very often asked how we can help you, or what is your priorities, or what is your project. But again, we can plan projects, we can discuss, and I mean, I provide some figures, and we are working with IFIs on daily basis, like trying to package all those schools, houses into new projects, and step by step we implementing them. But then it's happening, for example, Kakhovka, and on the third day of this strategy, we have to start construction of new pipeline in order to supply water for 1 million people. And it cannot be performed on a regular basis. I think we need to discuss during our donor coordination platform some ideas how to react on such challenges, what kind of mechanism we can use in order to be more fast, in order to provide response on such challenges in much faster way. And the economy, again, I wouldn't spend a lot of time on future, on new industries. At least let's, from our ministry, from our team, what we are asking, let's discuss together how to react and how we can support our production, our business on the occupied territories. Because again, interest rates right now in Ukraine, 30% plus. I mean, it's impossible just for any business case to work to receive positive results with such a high interest rates. To provide grants, probably again it will be one of the best investments from our joint side. So we will have more time to discuss this. Again, regarding projects, I wouldn't spend a lot of time. Just the key thing that 80% of restoration projects are structured right now via loans. Private sector, from our point of view, at this moment, the most important thing is just to start, not the scale of the projects, of private-public partnership projects based, but the key for us is just to start such a projects, and we are working together with IFC, with EBRD, and developing, preparing concession projects. For example, one of the key seaport on Black Sea, and what we see that there is interest even right now from 5 major companies, and they are planning to participate at the end of this year in this concession contest. So, again, thank you very much for your time. If it's possible, just please switch video, and we'll continue.
I remember that day. I remember each day. I remember fear and hatred. I remember the Mriya. I remember Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Dnipro, Mariupol, Kakhovka. I remember the words.
Stop!
Всі ми тут. And that's why I'm here today. I am here, building peace amidst the war. I'm here for you to come back. So you have a home to come back to. I am here for you to love. I am here to build kindergartens, new schools, hospitals. I'm building a lot of roads. And I'm building one road, the road to victory.
I'm here, and when I'm asked what I'm doing here in Ukraine, I answer, we built Ukraine. We are all here.
Nous tous sommes là. Vi alle här.
そして皆ここに来ます。
Me olemme kõik siin.
Jesteśmy już wszyscy.
Me olemme kaikki täällä.
Vi är här allesammans. Estamos todos aquí.
Vi sind alle da.
Siamo tutti qui.
Všichni jsme tady.
We build Ukraine.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister, for such a powerful expression of what needs to be done, but also what we can do. And we have a very distinguished panel here who will talk about the various perspectives on rebuilding. My job really is just to be a very, very tight timekeeper. So if I could say that I will try and be as disciplined as possible, both with my questions and perhaps with the answers as well, so that we can keep to time. And to set an example, I'm going to start with the UK. And if I can turn to our Secretary of State for Transport, Mark Harper, to tell us a bit about what you see the UK's role is in supporting the resilience and recovery of Ukraine's national infrastructure.
Sarah, thank you. Well, politicians are not known for their ability to stick to time, but I will do my absolute best. First of all, let me thank Deputy Prime Minister Kubrikov, who I had the pleasure of meeting at the G7 Transport Ministers meeting in Japan at the weekend, where he set out very clearly the needs of Ukraine and had the full support of the G7 colleagues. And I'd like to extend that welcome as well to Finance Minister Marchenko and all the panel members and the delegates, all of you here today. Thank you for joining us. Everyone here and people right across the world admire the bravery of the Ukrainian people in standing up to the murderous invasion of their country. Everyone here admires the heroism of farmers turned soldiers, housewives turned snipers, and web designers turned drone pilots. And actually we saw a lot of that in the video, actually ordinary people defending their country. And the transformation of an actor, not just into a peacetime president, but a war leader standing up to tyranny. And it's in his government and the Ukrainian people's honour that the UK has convened this meeting today and tomorrow, and we're very proud to do so. But there's another form of bravery in Ukraine, a form of bravery not immediately as clear. When I met with Deputy Prime Minister Kubrikov's colleague in Leipzig last month, Minister Derkach, he didn't only want to talk about how Ukraine is going to defeat Putin, nor just about rebuilding his country after the cowardly attacks of Russia, but he wanted to talk about Ukraine's future, the plans for clean energy, integrated, sustainable and resilient transport, and their plans for 2030 and beyond. The Ukrainian people don't just have the will to fight, they don't just have the certainty that they will win, but they have the courage to plan for a better tomorrow. And while Russia remains mired in the past, with lying generals, a war criminal army and a thieving president, Ukraine looks to a bright future. And we stand with them now, providing arms, ammunition and training, but will continue to stand with them as they build that bright future for the Ukrainian people. The UK government sees measures to rebuild Ukraine as no less important than our diplomatic and military campaigns. Transport, of course, will be a crucial part of this recovery, which is why, following on from the significant financial support package announced earlier by the Prime Minister, I can announce new commitments to ensure Ukraine's transport workers are primed to drive the country's economic recovery once this conflict is over. We will be funding virtual reality training for seafarers within Ukraine, maritime training for Ukrainians here in the UK, and also working to train Ukrainian air traffic controllers so that we can get the civil aviation sector to rebound quickly after the conflict to enable us to rebuild Ukraine's economy. And that builds on previous support, such as the rail aid package which we supplied earlier this year, which I think you saw a bit of in the video, which I had the honour accompanying my own constituency, and men and women that I represent in Parliament are part of the effort enabling the reconstruction of the Ukrainian railway system, which is essential to enable their economy to function. But with the World Bank estimating the reconstruction cost to top $400 billion, we must mobilise wider international support, including the private sector. That's why this conference is vital, to match Ukraine's recovery needs with private sector investment and expertise, to unlock private capital and reassure investors by de-risking projects and showing that Ukraine is open for business, and our announcements about the London Risk Insurance Forum framework are going to be important for that, and to support Ukraine as it reorientates its economy west rather than east, towards an open, democratic Europe, rather than a closed, illiberal Russia, towards the new rather than the old. Throughout, Britain will lead by example, as we've done today, convening like-minded partners to join this noble effort. Doing so will be part of the historic work of rebuilding a free Ukraine, one where its citizens can enjoy not only a hard-fought peace, but also a more prosperous future. Thank you all very much indeed for your support. I look forward to coming back here tomorrow to talk about the further work we're doing in the transport sector. But for now, thank you very much indeed for what we're all going to do to support Ukraine in rebuilding its country.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for that. And if I can now turn to the Minister of Finance for Ukraine, Sergei Marchenko. And I would welcome you perhaps to talk about what you see as the priorities in rebuilding and modernising, and how you envision the post-war structure of Ukraine's economy.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, colleagues, it's a pleasure for me to be here and to join such a discussion on rebuilding and reconstruction of Ukraine. First of all, it's a great opportunity for us to reiterate deep gratitude for all of our partnering countries which help us to finance our budget needs. At this moment, we fully financed for this year, and we managed to attract only for this year $20 billion US. And if we're talking about starting the war, we managed to attract $51 billion US. I think it's a great success of negotiation. It's a key message of our partnering countries to deliver that we are not alone, and we are not alone not only for budget needs, but we are not alone when we are talking about reconstruction. Also, government of Ukraine continues to hold overall macroeconomic and financial stability. We managed to decrease level of inflation from 26.6 last year to 15.3 this year. We managed to give necessary incentive for our economy to strive and to revitalize, if I may say so. Even our partner in IMF estimation improve our forecast for this year. Our GDP will be at least 3%. We have growth at least 3%. Also, our budget in quite stable situation. We managed to meet our plans. We also managed to meet our pre-war revenues target. If we are talking about reconstruction, the key question we should ask ourselves and discuss, how come we can manage to bring people of Ukraine back? And when we are discussing different projects, different incentives, this should be on our minds. It's a first message. How come we can bring our people back? Because creating favorable conditions in Ukraine help us to survive, help us to bring our future rather sooner than later. Another question we should ask ourselves when we are thinking about different project restoration, repairment, and other kind of reconstruction, how come we can manage to increase and to Ukraine's economic growth? It's a very important question. We want to restore our jobs. We want to restore our business to operate in Ukraine. We want to attract investment. We want to attract investment not only for surveillance, but also for a future. And the last question we should ask ourselves, is this all of projects, all of investment can help us to create better security in place? If it's all of this question, if you have answer yes, you can start investing in Ukraine, because it's something we really needed. To be a little bit sobering, like a Minister of Finance, traditionally we are very sobering persons. Nobody likes us, but anyway, we should think about a little bit about existing situation and infrastructure. We did, together with Deputy Prime Minister Kubrakov, very crucial stuff, trying to match our priorities with possible donors' money with our priorities, because it's something very unusual in previous lives, because we traditionally were very welcoming for any money we receiving. Now we are not. If we want to rebuild Ukraine, we want to stick to the priorities which Ukraine needed first, and then to think about opportunities of other countries. We want to have Ukraine, made in Ukraine, in place first. Please understand me correctly. We want to have made in Ukraine first, and then to think about expectations of other nations. Because it's our country, we want to have all necessary stuff in place. We want to track all donors' money. We want to channel this money into the direction Ukraine first needed. And this it's not a very easy exercise, and I believe we can together do it in a better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, we've seen today is about mobilizing resources, and our next speaker is extremely experienced in this. Anna Bayadi, Executive Vice President of the World Bank. The World Bank's been working with partners and has assessed Ukraine's recovery needs over the coming years. What are the most striking things for you?
Well, thank you so very much. And let me just start by saying how pleased I am to be here at this important event. Let me thank the government of Ukraine and also thank the government of the United Kingdom for convening us. And thank you for your question, which I have reflected upon. What are some of the most striking things that we have seen and learned in assessing Ukraine's needs and early recovery? Well, striking is, of course, first and foremost, that we have a brutal war in Europe caused by invasion by one country into another in 2022, and it seems really, to me, still unbelievable to comprehend that. Secondly, striking is that we have a humanitarian suffering that is enormous. Just to put it in perspective, the World Bank estimates that Ukraine's poverty has gone from about 5% before the war to about 25% now. The other striking fact is, and it was mentioned, that the reconstruction needs of Ukraine after 1 year of war, and of course now we are 1.5 years into war, was estimated by us, the European Commission, UN, and government of Ukraine at $411 billion. That is 2 times GDP of Ukraine in 2021. That's striking. And the final issue, of course, is that the impacts of Russia's war in Ukraine are felt in Ukraine, but also globally in the form of inflation, tighter financial conditions, and great uncertainty. But what is also striking is Ukraine's resilience, and we hear about it. And of course, what we see is government and services are ongoing, infrastructure services are restored, budget is well managed and executed, reforms are even being designed and implemented, and the most recent remit law is something the World Bank really supports. And I wanted to just illustrate a few findings from 2 surveys that we have undertaken recently that also shows the resilience. The first one is a monthly Listening to Ukraine survey that looks at the monitoring of delivery of essential social services that are delivered with the support of our peace project in Ukraine. And this is results from April and May. Over 90% of public service workers have experienced no disruption in receiving payment on time, others only with a slight delay. 97% of pensions have been paid without disruption. 92% of school-age children are enrolled. 2 out of 5 receive fully remote learning, of course much higher in areas where there are hostilities. And most people report that the community health clinics are open even in regions under hostilities. There are also some areas that give us a glimpse into what we need to pay attention to. Around a quarter of those employed before the war are reported to have lost jobs. Many report that they have irregular jobs or are working to lower salaries. And 6 out of 10 surveyed report that their household is receiving a pension. This means that there are a lot of elderly in Ukraine. And we can also expect learning losses because in the areas that are suffering from the hostilities, there are a lot of children online. We also did a survey of firms that looked at 2,000 domestic firms and 80 multinational firms. And again, of course, firms have suffered revenue loss and employment reduction, but 4 out of 5 firms, 80%, have continued to stay open. Only 4% have permanently closed. And this is because firms have adapted product mix, market, IC.
2 з 4 компаній відкриті. Дуже невеликий відсоток компаній закрилися, перестали існувати. Є дуже вражаючі факти, що міжнародні компанії продовжують працювати і хочуть продовжувати працювати з Україною. Парламенти, уряди відреагували дуже швидко для підтримки України. Зараз ми виділяємо $4 мільярди Сполучених Штатів, 23 вже пакета було розповсюджено цієї допомоги, вже надали. Ми зараз дивимося на бюджет і надаємо допомогу в рамах критичних проєктів по транспорту, інфраструктури і так далі. І під кінець я хочу сказати, що ми вважаємо, що саме суттєве зараз ми чули сьогодні вранці, що бюджет 23-го року краще, ніж бюджет був 22-го року в Україні. Це дуже добра новина, і це все завдяки роботі міністра фінансів і міжнародним партнерам. Нам потрібно зосередити зараз увагу на проєктах, які потрібні Україні. Для них потрібні фінанси і підтримка. Нам також потрібно координувати наші зусилля і ці проекти і в Україні, і за межами України для консолідації нашої підтримки. Нам потрібно думати про страховки і гарантії. І нам потрібно бути єдиними, об'єднаними для України. І я вітаю цю конференцію. І на кінець я хочу сказати, що ми виказуємо свою підтримку, тому що це також інвестиція в процвітання всіх разом.
І зараз ми надаємо слово містеру Расмусену, прем'єр-міністр закордонних справ Данії. Дякую за ваше запитання. Я хочу подякувати Великобританії за організацію цієї конференції. І я хочу наголосити про нашу відданість підтримці України. І це відкриває шлях до відповіді на ваше питання, тому що це найголовніше питання – це тривала підтримка України, і тут у цьому і наша сильна сторона, і в той же час наша слабкість, тому що стратегія в наші дні – це більше чекати і подивитися, що буде, але в той же час люди втрачають терпіння, і залучення приватного сектора і громади це надасть нам шлях до більш тривалої підтримки. За нашого досвіду, перш за все, як зробити процес інклюзивним. В Данії ми створили фонд України з міцною політичною підтримкою в парламенті. Там всі беруть участь. В цьому році це 2 мільярди євро. Перш за все, найважливіше – це військова підтримка, але ми також з нетерпінням чекаємо початку відбудови, і ми 2 мільярди євро надаємо на проекти відбудови, і ми встановили консультативну раду, називайте її як хочете, щоб забезпечити виконання цих намагань. І ми хочемо обговорити шляхи всі підтримки. По-друге, ви можете запитати, як забезпечити участь приватного сектора в коротшій, більш тривалій перспективі. Це не дуже важко, але ми побачили два виклика. Це перше – це ризик втрат, пов'язаних з інвестиціями в Україну, а друге, не менш важливо, недостача інформації про проекти, можливості ринку і потенційні партнери в Україні. Такі ситуації нелегко робити бізнес. І таким чином ми створили фонд, в який увійшли багато данських компаній з своїми конкретними проектами щодо України. Звичайно, процес лише починається, але проекти вже створили більше як 1000 робочих місць в Україні і підтримують вже зараз там економічну діяльність. Це лише перші маленькі кроки до втілення тих зусиль. Нам потрібно більше підтримка від міжнародних фінансових організацій, але ми вже рухаємося туди. І врешті я хочу сказати кілька слів про регіональний підхід. Важливо є залучати приватний сектор і громадянське суспільство, тому що минулого року ми отримали запрошення від президента Зеленського щодо відбудови Миколаєва. І тут така ситуація, де видимість набагато краще. Це є внесок для залучення багатьох компаній і органів місцевої влади. Ми вже відвідали Миколаїв кілька разів. Ми зустрічалися з бізнес-громадами в Миколаєві, і ми встановили такий контактний пункт для спілкування, і це наш початок для якихось конкретних дій. Це, можливо, от 3 висновки з діяльності Данії, і також ми вже тут обговорювали. Я під дуже великим враженням від керівництва України. Я вже в політиці 15 років. І враховуючи те, що ви воюєте у війні, і ви робите прогрес, і втілюєте реформи, і боретеся з корупцією в той самий час, це і всі проблеми, які пов'язані з реконструкцією, з відбудовою, це просто неймовірно те, що ви робите. Так, неймовірно, це саме те правильне слово. І ми також приєднуємося до цієї оцінки. І ми надаємо слово президенту Європейського інвестиційного банку Велмер Хойер, який нам розкаже про залучення інвестицій для підтримки проєктів в Україні. Дуже дякую. Дякую організаторам за те, що зібрали нас тут у Лондоні. Це чудова можливість. І вітаю наших українських колег. І я приєднуюся до попередніх спікерів, які сказали, що це чудово, що робить український уряд. Що тут ключове? Не лише зброя буде вирішувати хід цієї війни, але й економічна стійкість. Це мова йде про всі аспекти, від збору податків і всі інші економічні питання. Інвестиції зроблять Україну сильнішою в складі Європейського Союзу. Я впевнений, що одного дня міністр фінансів України стане управителем європейських фінансів. Але це все необхідно робити негайно. Чим довше ми чекаємо, тим більше коштуватиме цей процес відбудови. Давайте не будемо недооцінювати українців, їхню стійкість. Як дехто думав, що Україна розпадеться і одразу. І багато казали, що він не зупиниться на Кримі, і це саме так і сталося. За останні десятиліття жодні країни не були стійкішими, як ті, які були колись частинами Радянського Союзу. Я б ніколи не мріяв, що одного дня вони будуть такими успішними в складі Європейського Союзу, і саме так і сталося. Деяким людям треба позбутися тої ідеї, що це країни, що розвиваються, які приєдналися до Євросоюзу, але це не так. Тут вони мають не лише сільське господарство, вони мають величезний досвід в інших речах, дигіталізація, електронні засоби, наприклад. Давайте привітаємо Україну як країна, яка сприятиме зміцненню Європейського Союзу. Економіка може розвиватися дуже динамічно, коли буде йти процес відновлення, відбудови. Я впевнений, що уряд зможе нас також здивувати у своїй роботі щодо запровадження верховенства права. Ми вже бачимо результати, які дуже надихають, і це дуже важливо для процесу інвестицій в Україні. І Європейський банк працює дуже тісно зі своїми партнерами, але, до речі, тут немає місця для якоїсь конкуренції між фінансовими організаціями. Для всіх є місце для синергії. І нам треба зміцнювати цю співпрацю. Є величезна кількість проєктів, які можна освоювати, але нам потрібно гарантувати підтримку тих бізнесів і фінансування. Дякую за це нагадування, що економічна стійкість така сама важливість, як і військова. Це стосується також і країн Балтії, які вступили до Євросоюзу. І тепер ми говоримо про, запрошуємо Трой Рут, виконавчий генеральний директор AECOM. Ні, то не. Дякую дуже. Я хочу подякувати урядам Великобританії і України за те, що запросили нас на цю дискусію. Дякую керівництву українського уряду, які такі сміливі і у такі надзвичайно важкі часи щодо організації. Ми не маємо представництва в Україні, але ми підтримуємо Україну. Перш за все, ми закрили свій бізнес в Росії і вийшли з цієї країни. Багато людей в Європі підтримують на персональному рівні українців. Що стосується вашого питання про пришвидшення і відбудови інфраструктури, перш за все, існує дискусія про масштаби відбудови. Люди перш за все думають про кількість грошей, але треба думати про дії, про мережі постачання, ланцюги постачання. Треба думати про те, як мобілізувати на тлі того, що так за короткий час треба багато так зробити, щоб українські політики працювали із політиками інших країн, і представниками бізнесу. Нам необхідно прагматичний підхід. Нам треба окреслити наші цілі і якісь основні базові лінії, яких нам треба досягти. Але в той же час, щоб досягти цих цілей, мусить бути прозорість і підзвітність. Я можу сказати від імені нашої організації, що ми можемо покласти на стіл цей прагматичний підхід. Другий важливий момент щодо мобілізації. Важливо, щоб уряди і приватні компанії разом працювали над цим, щоб створення такої ситуації, коли є уряди працюють з урядами, щоб залучити інженерів і ліцензії з інших країн до України, створювати, розширювати можливість для людей, щоб вони могли приїжджати через кордон в Україну. І також постачання товарів через кордон для будівництва. І це не лише стосунки між урядами, але це на всіх рівнях, в тому числі на місцевому рівні.
And quickly, so that we can expedite the reconstruction of the country. And again, I can't tell you how important, and there are great examples that have been done in the past. Those.
Всі повинні діяти дуже швидко, і ми повинні прикладати всі зусилля для відновлення України. Всім дякую. Дякую. Це дуже важливо розглядати питання не тільки що треба зробити, а і як треба зробити. Я передаю слово Матіасу Карману, генеральному секретарю Організації економічного співробітництва. Як міжнародна організація може підтримувати уряди, щоб вони підтримали відновлення України? Як потрібно діяти? Дякую, Сара, дякую. Я також дякую за те, що нас всіх запросили, що ми зараз всі разом. Якщо ми говоримо про відновлення України і реформи, ми чули про системи, які не трошки змінюються, немає постійності. Нам потрібно думати про відновлення, коли криза в самому розгарі. Нам потрібно вибрати правильний підхід до цього, що не тільки вижити і справитися з викликами, які стоять перед країною, а також забезпечити ріст України. Тиждень тому я зустрічався з урядом, з ключовими відповідальними особами, і я зустрічався з сміливими людьми, які були на фронті. Це найсміливіші люди зараз живуть в Україні. Наприклад, якщо потрібно, я був в пригороду Києва, і я бачив, яку роботу там потрібно провести, як там потрібно розчищати, який простір, яке обладнання для цього. Щодо відновлення, колеги, це ж не абстрактна концепція. В Лугану ми говорили, як ви можете говорити про відновлення, відбудову, коли криза йде. Але якщо ви будете зустрічатися з підприємцями, з бізнес-людьми в Україні, і поговорите з ними, і ви почуєте, що вони втратили все. Багато людей виїхало, вони переїхали в іншу частину України або в інші країни. І ти розумієш, що для них в них інший погляд. Вони починають все з нуля, все спочатку. Також сьогодні, коли я зустрічався з міністром, він говорив, що головний пріоритет відновлення – це не тільки фізична інфраструктура, це також соціальна інфраструктура. Ми говорили про школи, ми говорили про людей, які отримали поранення і зараз знаходяться в лікарнях. Я був у Львові в медичному комплексі, я знаю, які виклики в них для того, щоб знайти людей, які можуть випродукувати протези. Коротко хочу сказати, що я тут представляю генерального секретаря, він сам не зміг приїхати. І ми приймаємо на себе зобов'язання по підтримці українців, її відновленню. Я зустрічався з багатьма партнерами з інших країн. Деякі з моїх колег зараз знаходяться в Україні. І Ми співпрацювали вже з Україною. Деякі люди вже більше 20 років ведуть сумісну роботу, а деякі люди приєдналися після того, як ці атаки почались. 4 мільйони людей вже підтримали проекти гуманітарної відповіді. Наші виклики залишаються в тому, щоб зберігати життя і думати про відновлення. І є заклик на гуманітарну допомогу, він потребує фондів. Важко моментально надати підтримку, коли такі катастрофічні події. Це був наш виклик. Тому що потрібні були дозволи, уряди, потрібно було об'єднувати сили. І нам потрібно думати, як відбудовувати країну, як допомагати людям, щоб вони могли оговтатися. Ми знаємо, який великий відсоток території зараз знаходиться під окупацією Росії. Вона говорила про оцінки шкоди і як уряди підтримують, але й так ми говорили минулого тижня про страждання людей, про життя, про те, що люди втратили все, що в них було. Вони не отримують жодних коштів. ООН бере на себе зобов'язання працювати для України, з Україною, збирати партнерів. І в майбутньому ми хочемо, щоб ми зібрали в одне ціле всю систему, щоб зберігати життя і щоб створювати добробут для українців. Дякую. Дякую. Це дуже важлива розмова. В нас дуже мало часу обмаль. І я знаю, що пан Расмусен повинен кудись іти. Якщо вам потрібно йти, коли хтось виступає, нічого, ви можете йти. Зараз ми будемо говорити про Валдис. Передаю слово Валдису Домбровський. Він виконавчий директор комісії з гандлю і торговлі Єврокомісії. І я хочу сказати, що і Сполучене Королівство, і Україна, і ЄС говорять про роль України і про відновлення України. Що для цього потрібно зробити? Добрий вечір всім. Перш за все, дякую за те, що дали мені можливість говорити на цій конференції з питань відновлення України, також говорити про майбутнє України. І також, як ми говоримо і говорили раніше, сьогодні майбутнє України в Євросоюзі. І тільки вчора Єврокомісія виділила 50 мільярдів євро, які на 2023-2027 роки. І частина – це, вочевидь, державні кошти. І це будуть кошти надаватися Україні для відбудови стабільності і для покриття всіх потреб. Також ініціатива Євросоюзу надається наступний пакет, і донори є, і вони надають свою підтримку. Наступний аспект цього пакету – як же мобілізувати приватний сектор, щоб підтримати відновлення України. І одна з тем, яку піднімають сьогодні піднімається це на нашій конференції, це питання із страховкою під час війни, тому що в таких умовах для бізнесу дуже важко йти в Україну і виконувати різного роду економічну активність. То потрібно покривати ризики, які зв'язані з країною в цей час. Повинна бути воєнна страховка. І наступне питання – це ще одна ініціатива. І це теж пов'язано з воєнною страховкою. Ми збираємося підписати договір, меморандум розуміння на підтримку фінансових потреб. І ми знаємо, що щоб в нас була належна підтримка цих ініціатив. Корпорації долучаються, є схеми гарантій для корпорацій, є проекти по експорту, кредитам для України. І також ми говоримо про Банк євроінвестицій, і також ми говоримо про різні ініціативи для відновлення, і також приватний бізнес повинен надавати більше допомоги. Ми підтримуємо цей пакет фінансово, і ми гарантуємо цю суму, і потрібна підтримка середньому і малому бізнесу України. Потрібна підтримка буде дуже важливою, підтримка для відновлення України. І на кінець ми говоримо про інфраструктуру України, яка потребує інвестицій і реформ. А ці реформи поєднані з минулим України, з тим, тому є такий план, що Україна підготовить план середньострокової перспективи з питань відновлення і в співпраці з Євросоюзом, з іншими донорами разом зберуть потрібні інвестиції, щоб реформи можна було виконувати в галузі відновлення, в питаннях відновлення, щоб можна було провести трансформацію економіки і щоб були проведені необхідні реформи для того, щоб Україна могла приєднатися до Євросоюзу. Дякую. Дуже дякую. Дякую за це. Ми бачили, що наші організації європейські сьогодні стоять разом з Україною. Наступний доповідач нам розкаже трошки, на чому зосереджена Організація економічного співробітництва та розвитку Матіас Корман. Дякую, що ви мене запросили на цю дуже важливу конференцію. Ми продовжуємо працювати з урядом України, з членами Євросоюзу, з міжнародними партнерами. Розглядаємо питання, як підтримувати Україну, а ми також бачимо Україну як майбутнього партнера в Євросоюзі. І в нас є наш ОЕСР офіс, уже відкривається в Україні. Ми бачимо, що і як в цій країні, і це нам допомагає приймати правильні рішення для України. Ми розробляємо програми для України. В нас дуже структурований підхід. Для того в нас є ряд організацій, які підтримують Україну з різних питань. Для того, щоб ми були всі на тій самій хвилі разом. І там дуже багато важливих питань. Це дуже важлива програма. Це питання з реформ. Її спеціально розробили для того, щоб доброї якості приватний сектор міг підтримувати цю програму, для того, щоб оптимізація була в процесі відновлення. По-перше, це для того, щоб була прозорість, щоб були зрозумілі юридичні питання і правила, юридична політика, щоб була прозорою, щоб всі процеси випрацювання правил політичних питань, щоб вони були зрозумілими для підприємців, для бізнесу, також політика налогів, податків, щоб була зрозуміла, також правоохоронні питання і питання безпеки України. Також антикорупційні питання, міри, які потрібні Україні для того, щоб Україна притримувалась конвенцій, які були прийняті для ті конвенції, які Україна прийняла на себе, коли стала учасником цього процесу, щоб вона діяла в рамах міжнародних стандартів, щоб протикорупційні заходи приймалися, щоб корупція не мала місця. Ми помічаємо, що також критичні поставки на Україну були перервані як наслідок агресії Росії. Це дотичиться сектору електрики і потрібно. Деякі реформи почалися ще перед війною, але їх потрібно продовжувати, наприклад, на ринку електричності і прискорити рух України до ринку Євросоюзу, щоб була стабільна інфраструктура стійка, щоб підтримувався приватний і державний сектор України. Також є питання підтримки бізнесу, малого бізнесу, середнього бізнесу, і щоб цей сектор підтримувався в Україні так само за тими самими правилами, як підтримується малий і середній бізнес в Євросоюзі. І також, щоб була прийнята програма цифровізації. Я ще можу говорити дуже багато і про інші питання. І, вочевидь, свій внесок ми робимо, ми виконуємо свою роботу, створюємо можливості, і ми дуже активно виконуємо всі ці питання. І разом працюємо з нашими партнерами. Також є двосторонні білатеральні відносини. Я всім дуже дякую. Дякую.
Ми повинні відпустити двох наших панелістів на інші зустрічі, але у нас ще два спікери залишилися. Міністр закордонних справ Норвегії. До вас питання, допомога Україні від Норвегії показує підтримку з вашої сторони. Кілька тижнів тому я брала участь у конференції з відбудови в Одесі з українськими політиками. І нас надихнуло те, що ці всі політики були обрані з українськими виборцями на чесних виборах. І ми повинні пам'ятати, що гроші і воля – це недостатньо. Зусилля з відбудови повинні координовані, і вони повинні основуватися на потребах місцевих. Гуманітарні зусилля не базуються на вимогах місцевих, а на тому, що індивідуальні донори готові надати, а отримувачі змушені купувати речі в донорів. Це результатом є те, що часто місцеві ринки повністю зруйновані, і місцева економіка, і місцеві бізнеси страждають. Отже, ми дуже добре це усвідомлюємо, коли ми впроваджуємо найбільшу в історії програму допомоги. І через програму допомоги від Норвегії ми фокусуємося на відбудову інфраструктури. І, по-друге, це забезпечення того, функціонування послуг, таких як школи, лікарні. Для зміцнення бізнесу необхідна інновація і підприємництво. Далі система правоохоронна і юридична система, і, звичайно ж, підтримка військова. Але нам потрібно зробити так, щоб не повторювати помилок минулого. Ми повинні забезпечити, щоб місцеві бізнеси виграли від нашої допомоги. Ми надаємо 25 мільйонів євро для страхування і системи гарантії, для того, щоб компанії мали бажання робити інвестиції. Оце є частиною відповіді на ваше питання, Сара. Ми просимо надійну юридичну систему і покриття ризиків, пов'язаних з війною, бажання боротися з корупцією і реформування. Я також мушу подякувати ЄБРР і Світовому банку за чудову співпрацю і координацію з цивільними механізмами ЄС. І також я бачу тут приватні компанії, які демонструють, що ми всі рухаємося до однієї цілі. Дякую. Оце наші амбіції і цілі. І наш останній панеліст, колишній військовослужбовець Сполучених Штатів і CEO компанії Якобс. Я вас запитаю, як приватні, державні і недержавні організації можуть допомогти в цій відбудові. Дякую, що ви мене запросили. Дуже цікаво бачити, що або всі слухають, або ніхто не слухає, бо вже хочуть іти звідси. Що стосується відбудови, стійкість міжнародної спільноти, я бачив сьогодні ранком, це дуже надихає. Міністр Кубраков поставив перший слайд і говорив про масштабність проблема з фінансової точки зору, і як лідер Джейкобс. Тут в Європі у нас працюють 20 тисяч людей і по всьому світу, крім того, і в нас є величезна експертиза, яка потрібна Україні. Але важливо, ми не тому тут знаходимося, це питання тут не у нас, а у людях в Україні. І питання, якого результату ми хочемо досягти в процесі відбудови України. Ми хочемо, щоб громадяни України були частиною міжнародної спільноти. І тут дуже важливим є взаємозалежність того всього, що ми робимо. Тут був в 50-х роках американський психолог Ейбрахам Маслов, і він мав профіль і створив таку ієрархію потреб, і як люди залежать один від одного, які мають потреби. На самій нижній сходинці є фізіологічні потреби, їжа, вода і так далі. На другій є навколишнє середовище, наступно це є міжлюдські стосунки і на найвищій сходинці є взаємозалежність. І ми хочемо, щоб ми розуміли, до чого ми прагнемо і чого ми хочемо досягти. Ми вже так багато робимо навіть зараз, попри ті труднощі, які стоять перед українським народом, але для поступового зростання і процвітання українського народу ми будемо працювати і надалі. Дуже дякую. На цьому ми закінчимо. Дякую за цю чудову дискусію. І зараз настав час обідньої перерви. І дякую, пане Кубраков і пане.
And it's a 2 p.m. start.
І ми повертаємося о 2-й годині.